Ladies and gentlemen, this is London calling. Welcome to the 38th International Churchill Conference, broadcasting live to you from the London Marriott Hotel, Grosvenor Square. I'm Katherine Carter, and my day job is as curator at Chartwell, Sir Winston's home in Kent. And I'm delighted to be taking you on an exciting journey through 2 days of presentations about the life and legacy of Sir Winston Churchill. I will also be helped by my co-presenter, Katherine Grace Katz, author of the book Daughters of Yalta, who is also currently studying for a law degree at Harvard Law School. This conference has been organised by the International Churchill Society, and to tell us more, I'm delighted to introduce the Society's chairman. Mr. Lawrence Geller will be known to many of you already. He is an entrepreneur, businessman, and philanthropist who combines his passion for Churchill with his role as Chancellor of West London University and his leadership in dementia care and Alzheimer's research. Lawrence was awarded a CBE by the Queen in 2012 and is someone who embodies Churchill's motto, action this day. Welcome, Lawrence.
Don't go where you need to take the buttons. Can I bequeath you the crutches?
Certainly.
If you don't come back, I'll never get off the stage. Wow. It's absolutely great to be back speaking to a room full of real people in 3 dimensions. And I want to thank all of you in this audience today for being here. Who've made the journey to London from overseas or as far away as Westerham. So I'm very, very grateful to see everybody here. But this experience today for us all, and especially those who've laboured at the coalface of the International Churchill Society, is greatly enhanced by knowing there are also thousands of Churchillians joining us online at this moment. For we really are a truly international organisation, and if there's one small lining from this COVID experience, it's forced us to find new ways of delivering our programmes. For example, check out the new great website. It really is terrific, winstonchurchill.org. Really is terrific. This last year has seen Churchill's reputation and legacy unfairly and viciously attacked. I now have to be careful mentioning the words Churchill and empire in the same sentence. But he did say, and I think it was at Harvard, that the empires of the future were the empires of the mind. And those are the only empires that we're interested in building as we emerge from this dark valley we've been in into new sunlit uplands. For me, it's absolutely appropriate that the theme of this conference is Churchill and freedom, as we've all struggled with our time in lockdown. And as we know, and as Churchill's life shows vividly, freedom comes with heavy responsibilities. As we look at our world in this post-pandemic era to remake it, it's important to reflect how freedom was lost and won in the past, and on those visions and qualities that are needed to sustain freedom in the face of this barrage of new threats we have today. So in the next 2 days, we'll bring you a wealth of expert panelists, speakers, and analysts to really discuss that matter. We'll be highlighting some of the latest research and newest publications in the field of Churchill studies. But freedom also comes at a price, a financial price. And this conference wouldn't have been possible without the incredibly generous support of our sponsors. And I'd like you all to thank them as you see the sponsors' names, if they're on the screen. Yes, they are. And it's terrific for them. And it's not too late. I'd be remiss if I didn't say that. It's not too late for you to do your bit. For those viewing online, simply scroll down beneath this screen, and you can use the buttons there to find out more about the work of the International Churchill Society in encouraging public speaking, developing leadership, supporting history, heritage. And you'll see the button to join and another button to donate. And I urge you, please, I strongly urge you to press both buttons. And in a shopping society, you can also buy. We'll be running an auction throughout the conference, and our screen will always contain a list of the exciting items you can bid on, and please, please bid on them and bid generously, for the cause is good, the need is there, and our role is very evident. My thanks to our excellent team, Justin Reach, our Executive Director, Andy Smith, our Exec Director here in the UK, who's led the planning for this conference, Alan Packwood, who's responsible for much of the programme, and all of us know him, he's responsible for so much more to the world of Churchill. John Olson, our Director of Comms, who sadly can't be with us in presence because he's unable to leave Australia due to COVID restrictions. But we thank him, I thank him every day for what he does, and I hope we'll be able to raise a glass to him in typical Churchillian fashion later this evening. David Freeman, our ever-energetic editor of Finest Hour and the Churchill Bulletin. Tim Riley, who's director of America's National Churchill Museum. And Kat Lee, who Andy has described as both his left and his right time in testing times. And then we have Scott Johnson, who works closely with the UK team to ensure our programs are delivered. As treasurer, he controls the purse and the checkbook. Vicious guy. And is a fellow member of the International Council. And sadly, Derek Greenwell, who was here, has had to go back, but he's a joyous character who is described by Andy as his entertainment officer. And he really is. A man who wouldn't know a down day. But then I'd like to say, to no lesser extent and finally, and actually probably greater than anybody else, Catherine Carter and Catherine Katz. You've met Catherine Carter, you'll see Catherine Katz, two wonderful, wonderful, fine Churchillians whose dedication and professionalism, frankly, without it, we'd be left floundering. And they will make wonderful moderators. Be careful because they'll whip you to time, to keep on time. So above all, I want to thank all of you here and virtually for attending and for participating in this important conference. And there's only 3 words I can say left. Say now, action this day. Thank you. And apparently they're taking bets on if I'm going to fall down. Well, the odds were against it.
Thank you, Lawrence. Your leadership and energy are what makes events like this possible. So we want this conference to be as interactive as possible, and we'll be taking questions at the end of each session. We have 2 roving microphones in our live audience, so if you have a question, simply raise your hand and wait for a microphone. We are also encouraging questions and comments from our global online audience, which you can add using the Zoom Q&A function. We will try to get through as many as possible in the time we have, but apologies in advance if we do not get through them all, as there are a huge number of you watching. But never give in and keep trying. So do look at the functions on screen and familiarise yourself with all your options. We want you to ask questions, we want you to join the society, and we are grateful for any donations which will support our work in supporting public speaking, debating, education, research, and publication. Details of all the speakers are also available online, so this means we're not going to do long introductions. Like Churchill, we want to keep things moving. Later today, we have sessions on Churchill's second book, The River War, and his early military career, on the challenges of presenting and making history, and of course, our keynote discussion with the Terminator himself, former Governor of California and Churchill admirer, Arnold Schwarzenegger. But it is time to get into our first session. We thought we should start with Churchill's own struggle for personal freedom. As a young man, Winston Churchill was captured and imprisoned in South Africa during the Boer War, but then made his name through a daring escape. Our first panel takes us back to those dramatic events in 1899 and is chaired by Lord Boateng. Paul Boateng has had a remarkable career. Having started out as a civil rights lawyer, he later became a Labour MP and rose to become the UK's first black cabinet minister, serving as Chief Secretary to the Treasury under Tony Blair between 2002 and 2005, before becoming the British High Commissioner to South Africa. In 2020, he was appointed the chair of the Sir Winston Churchill Archive Trust, the charity that administers the Churchill Papers on behalf of the British nation, all of which makes him the perfect choice to lead this first session. Paul, welcome.
Thank you very much indeed, Katherine. Thank you. Isn't it just great to be together in this new way, both actually physically present and virtually, and to be part today at the outset of our proceedings in what's going to be a conversation. And we want everybody to be engaged in that conversation, so there'll be opportunities for you all, both on the web and physically present, to join in and to ask questions and make the points you want to make. But the focus for this session is Churchill in South Africa and the theme of personal freedom and all that flows from that. And it's perhaps relevant in this 80th year of the Atlantic Charter, since the signing of the Atlantic Charter, that we should reflect on the relevance of that and its immediate relevance to South Africa, and the way in which it did actually form part of Churchill's legacy to South Africa. Because in Nelson Mandela's autobiography, The Long Walk to Freedom, he makes specific reference to Churchill and the Atlantic Charter as the basis of his own and the South African people's struggle for freedom. And today, in this session, we're looking at Churchill's role in what was very much an imperial war, and for him, in a way, and we'll be discussing this in the course of our conversation, an imperial adventure, because that's how he saw it. The role of Churchill in resisting an attempt by the Afrikaans-speaking, the Boer peoples of South Africa, to claim their freedom from the British Empire. Because what in South Africa, as I learnt during my time as High Commissioner there, they call the South African Wars. We call it, of course, the Boer War, the Boer Wars in the UK and in the US, but in South Africa it's called the South African Wars. And of course, for the Afrikaans, the Boer-speaking peoples of the Transvaal, Churchill was literally public enemy number one. But for the people of Britain and the wider empire, because this was an imperial war, so Gandhi was a part of that war as a stretcher bearer at Spienkopf, present in the same battlefield as Botha and as Churchill. It was an imperial war. For the Boer people, they were seeking to establish their independence, and Churchill was part of an imperial response that said, no, that's not going to happen. But of course, he was captured, as we know, and we know also, and we're going to learn more about his escape. And we're hugely privileged to have with us two people who, in their own writing, in their own experience of Churchill and of Africa, have so much to tell us about this particular episode in Sir Winston Churchill's life. And so we're privileged to have the Honourable Celia Sandys, who's with me on my left, and appearing virtually, Candice Millard. So welcome to them both, and let's give them a rousing welcome, shall we?
Yeah.
And we're going to hear first from Candice, who will make a presentation. Then I'm going to have some words with Celia, and then we're all going to just open it out in a conversation that will involve us all. So, Candice, we all know of your New York Times best-selling book, the hero of the Empire, the Making of Winston Churchill, and we're looking forward enormously to what you've got to share with us today. So over to you, Candice.
Thank you very much, Paul, and thank you, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to join you. I wish I could be there in person, but it is an honor to be here, even by Zoom. So you can see my slides, correct?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, great. You can see Churchill.
And we can see Churchill.
So we all know this man. He is virtually a synonym for great leadership, a master politician, a savior of his country during World War II, winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature, and one of the most famous human beings in history. But the problem with trying to understand a leader at the height of his career is that we often end up talking about the results of that person's character, not the forces that created it. So this morning, we're going to talk about this man. He's very young. When he went to South Africa, he was just 24 years old. He's just left the military, the only job he's ever had, the only job for which he's been trained. He has very little money, and he's already run for office and lost. So how do we connect this man to the legend he later became? How did he become one of the most powerful and effective leaders mankind has ever produced? I believe that an important part of the answer lies in an exceptional series of events that took place when Churchill went to South Africa during the Boer War in 1899. He was only in Africa for a matter of months, but what happened there put the spark to the combustible mixture of intelligence, ambition, courage, and resourcefulness that defined him from his earliest years. It transformed the young man you see here into a world-famous hero, setting him firmly on the path to greatness. Even though Churchill was only 24 years old, he had already been involved in 3 wars on 3 different continents. He had nearly been killed many times. He had killed men himself, and he had seen his friends not just killed, but mutilated, sliced to ribbons by their enemies. Even with all he had seen and experienced, Churchill continued to seek out the most brutal battles the British Empire had to offer. Then, in the fall of 1899, war broke out in southern Africa. To the British, this was just another colonial war, one that they expected to be over in a few months, certainly by Christmas. Unfortunately, they had forgotten who they were fighting. The Boers had been living in South Africa for centuries. In that time, they had transformed from rogue splinter groups of largely Dutch, Huguenot, and German immigrants into an entirely new ethnic group, neither European nor African, but Boer. They were highly religious, unabashedly racist, and stubbornly independent. Most of all, they wanted to be left alone. In an attempt to get away from the British in 1835, they had moved hundreds of miles from the Cape into the African interior on what became known as the Great Trek, establishing 3 colonies of their own. Their independence, however, had lasted only as long as their poverty. In the mid-1800s, diamonds and then gold were discovered in the Transvaal, one of the Boer republics, transforming the region from one of the poorest in the world to one of the wealthiest. Paul Kruger, who would become president of the Transvaal, predicted that this gold will cause our country to be soaked in blood. And he was right. By 1877, Britain had annexed the Transvaal, a move that quickly led to the First Boer War in 1880. Nearly 20 years later, in the fall of 1899, little had changed. The British still wanted the Boers' land, and the Boers still insisted on their independence. So the British Empire began amassing troops at the Transvaal borders. Finally, the Boers issued an ultimatum: stand down or prepare for war. The British, thrilled to have an excuse to go to war, simply allowed the deadline for the ultimatum to pass. Just 3 days after the war began, Churchill was on a ship to South Africa, hired to cover the war as a correspondent. The British, he quickly realized, had seriously underestimated the Boers. Not only were they extraordinary marksmen with better weapons than the British, but they knew every nook and cranny of the South African veldt and could disappear without a trace, making them an invisible and very dangerous enemy. The British, in stark contrast, had only recently begun dragging their military into the modern world. Sir Redvers Buller, the commander-in-chief of Her Majesty's Army in South Africa, had been nicknamed the steamroller because the British believed that he would make quick work of the Boers. His men, however, had only recently traded in their dashing red coats for khakis, and they continued to fight in perfect, precise lines, spreading themselves across the flat South African veldt like a picture in a book, served up for slaughter. By the time Churchill reached South Africa, the British Army had already been humiliated by the Boers, losing the first battles and leaving the British stunned and scrambling to adjust to this new kind of war. As soon as Churchill arrived, he went as far and as fast as he could toward the front, which was now Ladysmith. By the time he got there, however, the Boers had completely cut it off. No one could get in or out. So he was forced to make camp just 40 miles south of Ladysmith in a little town called Escourt. 9 days later, as a heavy rain fell in the morning of November 15th, Churchill climbed aboard the British Army's armored train. He chose the first car, an open truck, from which he would have the best vantage. As the train cut across the veldt, the Boers were silently and invisibly watching, led by the respected and daring young general Lord Boateng, who would later become the first Prime Minister of South Africa. Boateng not only knew where the train was going, he knew that it would have to come back on the same tracks. As soon as the train passed them, he ordered his men to move to the bottom of the hill and began piling rocks on the tracks. When the train, on its way back to Escourt, appeared at the top of the hill, the Boers opened fire, chasing it down the steep slope until it crashed into the stones, catapulting the first two cars off the tracks, killing several men, horribly wounding others, and trapping them all in a hailstorm of shells and bullets. Although he was only a journalist, one of the few civilians on the train, and again, was 24 years old, Churchill immediately took charge of the defense, shouting orders as he ran back and forth from the engine to the last truck, organizing the men in a desperate attempt to free the train. In the end, he succeeded, and every man who made it out alive credited Churchill's resourcefulness and bravery for saving their lives. Unfortunately, Churchill wasn't there to accept their gratitude or hear their praise. He had been captured and was taken to Pretoria as a prisoner of war. For Churchill, captivity was unbearable, and from the moment he became a prisoner, he resolved to escape. Finally, with two other men, he had a plan. A 6.5-foot tall iron paling surrounded their prison, the Stadsmodel School, which was constantly patrolled by armed guards. When the electric lights came on at night, however, one corner of the yard remained dark. If one of the guards turned his back at just the right moment, they could make their move. After much discussion and careful planning, they chose their night. But when the time came, Churchill's co-conspirators found themselves trapped inside in the glare of the lights and the eyes of the guards. Churchill, who had already scaled the fence, suddenly realized that he was alone, facing the prospect of crossing nearly 300 miles of enemy territory with no map, no compass, no food, no weapon, no ability to speak the language, and with the Boers, who were humiliated and enraged in hot pursuit. What Churchill did have was courage, resourcefulness, and absolute faith in his destiny, and a clear-eyed understanding that this was the chance he had been waiting for. The story of Churchill's escape is an epic adventure by any standard. And by the time it was over, he was not only a free man, he rode back to Pretoria as part of a British regiment, took over the prison, released the men, many of whom had been his fellow prisoners, captured the jailers, and watched as the Boer flag was torn down and the British flag hoisted in its place. But more important than the story itself is what it meant to Churchill as a person, as a leader, and as an architect of the world we now live in. A famous man now, Churchill ran for Parliament again, and this time he won. His life and British politics would never be the same. He would approach both with an unshakable faith in his own abilities that would not only define his leadership, but provide a foundational courage and confidence that inspired entire nations. As high as Churchill rose in the political stratosphere, he would never forget his capture, his imprisonment, or his escape from the Boers. As he himself would write, "This misfortune, could I have foreseen the future, was to lay the foundations of my later life." Those foundations, in turn, would help to support and shape much of the world we know today. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very, very much indeed for that, Candice. You're a long way from Kansas, but it's great, as someone once said, but it's great to have you with us today. Celia, I mean, you've written this incredible book, Churchill, Wanted, Dead or Alive, and we want to hear more about your own African adventures. You are a Churchill, the daughter of Diana, but also, of course, the daughter of Duncan Sandys, who was a famous colonial secretary here in the United Kingdom. And I just want to throw up a picture. Is that going to, yeah. Now, this is a picture that I came across actually just last night, and I wanted to throw it up, particularly for you, Roddy. Roddy Mackenzie, of course, has done that wonderful book on Bomber Command. Because if you look at that picture, Celia, you recognize your dad.
Definitely, yes.
And then in the middle, Kwame Nkrumah, who's someone who Roddy has made a study of. And then right next to Kwame Nkrumah is my dad, who was, like Duncan Sandys, a cabinet minister, and who was responsible for the Queen's security when she came to Ghana for the first time in 1961. And my dad had to show your dad around. Now, I just wonder, could they ever have imagined, Celia, that you and I would find ourselves some 60 years later on a stage together talking about Winston Churchill and looking at that picture? I mean, it's just one of those things, isn't it? But Africa has become important to you, was important to Sir Winston as the backcloth, and what a dramatic backcloth. You got a sense of that in some of those wonderful pictures that Candice had. What an incredible backcloth that was to this particular part of Sir Winston's life. And of course, in a way, that was what it was all about. I mean, he went there, didn't he, and to establish a name for himself. This was the jumping off point for his political career. So you went around South Africa. Just talk to us about that, about the journey you made in your grandfather's footsteps.
Well, first of all, you must have been thrilled to have found that photograph.
Yes.
I'd love a copy of it.
I'm going to let you have one.
No, well, I mean, it was an extraordinary, really thrilling thing to do because, of course, I knew the story, and when we were children, we used to play Churchill Wanted, Dead or Alive, and this was a good game that we enjoyed playing. But the fact is that to actually go there and to meet the descendants of the people who'd known him was the most extraordinary experience. I mean, I met the descendants of the train driver. Wow. And they were absolutely so excited to meet me and to be able to tell their story, because their stories had all become legends.
Sure.
And they were, and then I met the man who'd been in charge of the prison.
And Churchill had given them something. Tell us about that. He'd given them each a watch.
He gave them each a watch, yes. He gave them a watch, and which was engraved to say that he'd given it in recognition of what they'd done for him. And there were, I think he gave 8 watches, 4 to men and 4 to women. And I'd never managed to find any of the women's watches, but I found the men's ones. I found all the men's watches. But somehow, I don't know why, but the women, they changed their name and all that, and that's the problem with women. Don't change your name if you want to be discovered in history. But, I mean, it was an extraordinary journey. It was absolutely wonderful. And the excitement, I think the excitement of researching.
Yes.
I'm not very good on paper research, but I really like living research. I like going down the track and finding the people. And the fact that they get so excited if they can bring their story together with me. And so I've had a wonderful time. I've been really lucky.
And when did you first go to South Africa?
Well, I first went to South Africa because my best friend at school was South African. So I first went to South Africa when I was about 16.
Right.
And then I've been going ever since. Now, at every opportunity, I go to South Africa.
Let's help those with us today just to get a sense of, I don't know how many of you have ever been to South Africa, but if you haven't been, you should go, because the scenery is incredible, isn't it? Oh. The veldt, the karoo. And just to give you a sense of what the backcloth of Sir Winston's life must have been, if you Google, not now, but if you go to Google Maps and you put in Ladysmith, Mafeking, or Kimberley, you will find in every great city in the United Kingdom, there is a road or a street or a lane named after one of those places in faraway South Africa. And this was news every day, what was happening in the Boer War, the South African War, as it became known. This was news, this was big news. So what places did you visit? Give us a sense of that.
Oh, I mean,
all of those places.
All of those places, yes.
And your sense of them?
Well, I love Africa. I lived for 5 years in Kenya too.
Did you? I didn't
know.
So
therefore, I love Africa, and I think it's like a drug.
Yes.
And that I like to go back to it. But I found, when I was in South Africa, of course, I was on a mission.
Yes.
And that was quite a different way of seeing Africa. And so I was going to find all these wonderful descendants who were so excited with their stories. And that made all the difference.
And had your grandfather ever talked to you about Africa, about South Africa, about any of the things that happened to him?
I'm afraid he hadn't, no.
No.
I wish I'd known to ask, but I didn't know what I was going to do then. If I'd known, I would have asked all the right questions.
And did you unearth anything that actually surprised you?
Well, what surprised me, I think, was how much they were so excited by it,
Yes.
and what an impression he'd made, and how they all knew his story. It wasn't something that they'd learnt in the history books in that way. They really felt they owned the story, and that for them was very special.
Because the South African War, as they call it in South Africa, was a very important part of the story of all the South African peoples. Because you have to remember that these battles were waged by a combination of troops from Britain and then various folk from the empire who were actually engaged doing stretcher bearers as laborers, and a core of quotes unquote colored people who were fighting, and then blacks who played from different tribes, Xhosa, Zulus, who played various roles in all of that. Because one of Churchill's, I mean, we all know that Churchill was a complex character, but it's quite interesting, his interventions on behalf of native peoples that aren't always fully known of, that, he was concerned about the way the Boers, the Afrikaans, were treating native peoples. He was concerned about the way one of my predecessors, Lord Milner, some of his attitudes towards native peoples gave Churchill real cause for concern. So it's a complex picture, the way South Africa and the different races in South Africa see Churchill.
And how the different people came together. I mean, on one afternoon on Spionkop,
yes,
within a few yards of each other, there was Louis Botha,
yeah,
there was Mahatma Gandhi,
yes,
and Winston Churchill.
yeah. Let's just think about that. It's quite incredible, isn't it?
If only they'd known what was to come in the future, what an interesting conversation they'd
Yes,
had.
and who knows what they might have done to each other. So, right, well, I think it's an opportunity. Let's, Candice, give us,
Yes.
I mean, you've heard Celia. Give us your take on some of the things that are emerging from our conversation.
Well, one of the things that was really interesting to me when I was in South Africa, and by the way, I read Celia's book several times, backwards and forwards, and she was incredibly gracious and met with me at the beginning of my research, recommended a guide to me. She's just such an inspiration, and she's such an incredibly skilled researcher. So I really admire her and her work. And when I was lucky enough to go to South Africa, one of the things that was really interesting to me, I was in Kimberley, and I was very interested in Solomon Plaatje, who became the first secretary of the ANC, the African National Congress. And he was there during the Boer War. And as you were saying, many Africans were pulled into this war. And in fact, as we know about the concentration camps that were set up, and many of them were forced into concentration camps as well when they were trying to finally end this war. And Solomon Plaatje was a journalist. He was a statesman. He was a native African, and just a brilliant, brilliant person. And so I was able to go to his home where he had lived in Kimberley during the siege of Kimberley. And it's now a museum and a library. And he was, like I said, a journalist, but he had actually started many of his own newspapers, and all of that is there. And so that aspect of that story is there to be told as well, which I was so grateful for and fascinated by. And
what's your sense, Celia, of how Churchill's adventures in South Africa shaped him? How did it, I mean, it helped his political career, undoubtedly.
Well, of course it did that, yes, but I think that it shaped him.
Yes.
Because he went out there, okay, a young man who'd been in several wars, and he had probably more experience than most young men of his age at that stage. But he went there and he came back full of confidence. He'd been captured, he'd been a prisoner, he'd been through all these experiences, which you'd prefer not to go through, but he came out of it on top. And I think from his point of view, he gained hugely in confidence by his time in South Africa. Yeah. And that, I think, was the biggest thing that it did for him.
I mean, it's quite interesting, isn't it, that, of course, he subsequently became Home Secretary, famously, the siege of Sydney Street, and that picture of him and the police waiting, well, in a shootout, essentially, with the anarchists. As Home Secretary, and indeed in subsequent roles, he intervened in a number of cases, didn't he, on behalf of people who were prisoners. I mean, there was some Zulus who he felt were being treated unfairly in prison. Subsequently, in relation to the Mau Mau rebellion, there was an intervention on his part to stop an execution. Did the experience of being a prisoner impact on him?
Oh, definitely, yes, absolutely, because, I mean, he called it an endurance vile. He absolutely hated it, but it certainly would have pulled him up in his tracks, and he realized that this was something that, was too awful for any words.
Yes.
And he didn't like it at all, but he hated the fact that he wasn't free.
Yes.
And for him to be free, to be able to go do what he wanted and what he needed to do was really important for him. So I think that was very important. And I think that the fact is that he liked Africa. He loved it. And he somehow had a sort of feel for being there. And he met all different people. He met so many different people that he'd never have met otherwise. I think he had extraordinary experiences there.
And Candice, in your research, what did you come across that led you to form a view as to how Africa had impacted on Sir Winston and he on it?
Absolutely, I agree with completely with what Celia said. I think what's fascinating, I mean, I don't know what you were like at 24, 25, but I had no idea, who I was, what I wanted to do, how I would do it. And here's this, incredible young man who, as he would always say, had faith in his star. So he always knew he was going to do great things. But he had never really done them, even though he had been in these very difficult, very dangerous situations. This was his opportunity to do those things, to prove mostly to himself, to everybody else, but mostly to himself, that he was unbelievably brave, that he was incredibly resourceful, that he was smart, that he was strategic. Again, imagine crossing 300 miles of enemy territory where you don't have anything except your own wits to survive. And he was absolutely in real danger. And to come out of that knowing, I not only did this, I did it alone. And I think that for anybody, that would give you so much confidence, but especially for young Winston Churchill, because this fell on very, very fertile ground. And to me, one of the most extraordinary things about Churchill is that not only did he have this deep confidence because of what he had achieved as such a young man, but it was a contagious kind of confidence and kind of courage. Even when he's there in the armored train and it's under attack, and he's talking to them and saying, you can do this, and they're terrified, but they listen to him. They listen to this young man who's not even, he's a journalist at that time, and they listened to him and they took courage from him. And obviously that, 40 years later, that saves the Western world. I mean, that's, he had millions of people looking to him to gain their courage and confidence from him. And he had it in spades because he had lived it and he had achieved these things on his own.
Yes. Well, at 24 and 25, I had an afro. But you know, that was some time.
But it looked great.
That was some time ago. But I'm just...
That was brave.
Yes, that was quite brave, actually, considering I was... Anyway, let's not go there. In the pictures you showed us, there's one I wanted to ask you about, Celia. That incredible picture of him as a captured prisoner of war, when you've got a group of very sort of subdued and quite subjugated men on the left, and then on the right, standing just sufficiently apart, looking anything but subdued, looking defiant, looking bold, determined, is Sir Winston. Tell us about that picture. What does that tell you about, and what does that help us to understand about your grandfather? That picture, it's incredible.
Well, I think that he did believe in himself.
Yes.
He believed in himself, and he somehow had gone through life managing to achieve what he wanted by different ways, very often through his mother.
Yes.
He recruited his mother to introduce him to all the people he wanted to meet, and she knew everyone. So therefore, he found a way to use the people he had to get where he wanted.
Yes.
And that was important to him. But I think that he had a great deal of courage.
Yes.
And I believe that his self-confidence must have grown in South Africa.
Yeah.
Because, you know, he had experiences before and all sorts of military experiences, but nothing like the time he had in South Africa, being on the run, escaping and being
Yes.
captured. And it's incredible he actually got out of the whole thing alive.
You mentioned his mother, and I think some of his most interesting, and it's my great privilege to be chair of the Winston Churchill Archive Trust, and we're so lucky to have Alan as our director. But there's some wonderful letters between him and his mother, aren't there? Including, I can remember one when he's writing to his mum on the way to South Africa. You know, and you can sense that, you get that sense of expectation. But Katherine, should we now be going into questions and comments? So let's just actually, anyone, we've got a microphone over there. So if anyone would like to raise their hand and got any point they want to make, anything they want to share with us, and Katherine, you'll be checking the internet to see who's coming through on that.
Lord Boateng.
Yes.
This is a question from online. His name is Paul McKinnon, and this is for Candice Millard. Candice, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. He says, I loved Here of the Empire, like all of us. That was my editorial. Many of Churchill's adventures have this sort of literary quality to them, stories that are begging to be told in an almost fictional style. Do you have any intentions of selecting another portion of Churchill's life in writing about it?
Right. So, Candice, can we expect another book from you?
Well, I actually just finished another book. It's set in Africa as well. It's about the search for the source of the Nile. It's not made, but I of course would love to write about Winston Churchill again. I mean, he obviously lived such a long life. I don't think anyone packed more into, even Theodore Roosevelt, about whom I also wrote, he only lived 60 years. And so Churchill had an additional 30 and never stopped, putting himself out there, learning and growing and challenging himself and putting himself in the most difficult and dangerous situations again and again and again. He never stopped. And I used to think that, if I had an opportunity to ever meet him, what I would ask him would be, what's next? What's next? Even at 90 years old, he would have something, and not just something average, something extraordinary that would be next. So there is so much in his life to write about. So possibly, I mean, it would be wonderful, and it would be an honor.
And we're all waiting. It's going to come out shortly. and I know the Society is going to be celebrating its publication with you. It's entitled Churchill's Little Redhead, and one can see why. Tell us about writing that, and give us a sense of what we can expect.
Well, I'm very keen on titles. I like titles. And I think I didn't know what I was going to call it. And then I was told by Jane Williams that he used to say, "Is the little redhead coming?"
Yes.
So that was a gift to me. So therefore, that's why I called it that. But I've had a very interesting time because it's been fun. I mean, this isn't really my story, but of course, I wouldn't be writing that story if he wasn't my grandfather. And so, I mean, I'm enormously grateful to him. And I had a lovely time growing up with him because, you know, we spent a lot of time at Chequers and at Chartwell. And certainly, you know, he was at a stage where, again, to start with, he was Prime Minister, he was busy. But once he wasn't that busy, and there was a period between him going into extreme old age and not being so old, when we had lovely times with him. And I'm very grateful for that.
And growing up, it must have been very... How was it when you were sort of, you know, we've many of us now have got grandchildren, and we take them out. It's one of the pleasures of being a certain age is that you can take kids out, and you can also hand them back. But so, what was it like going out with him? How did other people sort of react when you appeared with him?
Well, I have to say, it didn't happen that often, because mainly we were at home with him, not out with him. But if we were anywhere, you know, the whole thing, you know, everyone, it was wild, sort of shouting, "Good old Winnie." And so this was, somehow, we didn't think this was strange. This was just sort of how it was.
Yes. Yeah. Any other? Yes.
I'm afraid I think that might be all we have time for. I'm dreading.
What? Just one more?
One. Let's squeeze in one more.
One more, Roddy. And there's a young man at the back. Two very quickies.
This might be a fairly sensitive question. Some people feel the Boer War was to Britain and the Empire what Vietnam became to America, that they were no longer these invincible powers. And so it was seen as a major turning point in empire by some. I'm curious as to whether Sir Winston Churchill saw the Boer War in that way.
Young man at the back, and then I'll come to them all for a final word.
Thank you. I was just I was curious as to whether you had any indication whether Churchill was torn at all between his sort of requirement for journalistic sort of independence and for his ability to be able to have real military and social impact in the campaign, and whether the fact that he was biased towards actually getting involved rather than simply reporting was a key part of his subsequent political success.
Thank you. You heard the question from Roddy, and the question from the back was he at any stage conflicted as a journalist and then as someone who wanted to get actually out there doing the business, frankly, being a soldier? Was there a conflict there in him, or was he just a journalist with a gun, essentially?
Well, I think you may be right there. I think basically he was always a man of action. Yes. And certainly didn't sit back and wait for things to happen. So I think that he was always on the go.
Right. And Candice, I'm going to ask you the question. No, not that. I'm going to ask you the question that Roddy asked.
The first one?
Was this the Empire's Vietnam?
So I get the sensitive question. Yeah.
You do. There's a reason for that, Candice.
Because I'm in Kansas. Well, I would point out that this was the beginning of modern warfare, the Boer War. You know, this was, again, the khaki war. This was the beginning of guerrilla warfare. This was concentration camps. And so it really prepared the British military for World War I. You know, they were a very, very different army coming out of the Boer War than they were going into it. So it absolutely had a tremendous impact on them, how they approached strategy, how they approached warfare, and there was a lot of, you know, the scorched earth approach, you know, at the end, because again, they thought it was going to be a very quick war, and it just kept going on and on and on because the Boers would refuse to give up. And so they ended up, you know, resorting to really terrible tactics simply to end the war, which we certainly saw in Vietnam, and we saw in World War II, obviously in Japan. And so so this was the beginning of modern warfare.
Thank you. Roddy, I'll answer your question directly. There's no street in the US called Dien Bien Phu. There are lots of streets in Britain called Mafeking, Kimberley, and Ladysmith. And there's a reason for that. The South African War, the Boer War, wasn't the Empire's Vietnam. Not by any stretch of the imagination. But was it part and parcel of the beginning of a struggle on the part of peoples in Africa for liberation? Yes, it was. So, you know, there's a difference. Because it was the start, actually, in many ways, of that. But it was only one of a number. I mean, the Ashanti Wars were also part and parcel, which were taking place using some of the same soldiers. Garnet Wolseley was a soldier both in the Boer War, the South African War, and in the Ashanti Wars. So it was white and black tribes in Africa beginning to fight back. So to that extent, that's true. And I think on that note of fighting back, because time is fighting back, and also on the note of knowing that this is just the beginning of a wonderful couple of days together, let's move on to the next part of the day. And I just leave you with one word, which Churchill will have heard when he was in South Africa, ringing out on the part of the native peoples, and it's this: Vikuzenzele. Vikuzenzele. Sorrel Platt knew that word, Vikuzenzele, which means let's just get up and do it. So it is about that action. Let's get up and do it. Vikuzenzele. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Very well.
Huge thank you to Paul, Candice, and Celia for joining us today and for that wonderful, inspiring, and insightful talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's now time for a short break where you can enjoy the winning entries from last year's Inspire Like Churchill competition. We will be back at 3:10 UK time, where we will be joined by Brough Scott, MBE, author of Churchill at the Gallop, who will be talking about what it would have been like to ride as a 21st Lancer in the Sudan. Thank you and enjoy the break.
Hi, my name's Katherine. I'm inviting for
This is no time for ease and comfort. It is time to dare and endure. Winston Churchill's words had spirit. In these words, he shared strength and grit to strive forth and be counted. I'm Arinkan. I'm 12 years old, and in the last few months have demonstrated that as a nation and a human race, that we have the strength and grit to beat this virus. It may change us, but we will adapt. It may hurt us, but we will recover. It may take from us those we love, and we will mourn, but we will emerge like a phoenix and build a brighter, better, more resilient world. This is the time to dare and endure. Thank you.
My grandfather was kamikaze pilot in the land of the rising sun, on the tarmac poised to take off, self-destruct. The colonel screamed, "Kill your engine, the war is done." As a child I despised Churchill, fearing Grandpa's shame. Moving to East London, another perspective I did gain. It's important to remember in COVID days as these, before the war, England was fraught with apathy, a view to lie down and appease. But Churchill sought to fight. Hitler's fascism gone viral. Victory, he claimed. For without victory there is no survival. My grandfather never fully knew Churchill's democratic worth, but Sir Winston's gift manifest when Grandpa held him in his arms, celebrating his grandchild's birth. Frontline workers, nurses and doctors like a modern RAF will pull us through. Let's stop and take a moment to think what Sir Winston said. So much owed, by so many, to so few.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Katherine Grace Katz, and I'm delighted to be co-presenter here along with Catherine Carter at the 38th International Churchill Conference. I hope you enjoyed these winning videos as much as I did. We are so lucky to have Zach and his mother Annabelle with us today, and so I'd like to ask Zach to please come up and join me here on stage. Zach, if you want to just come right here. Zach, can you tell us how much money you've already raised for Great Ormond Street? Over 10,000 pounds. Thank you so much, Zach. We're so glad that you're here today, and thank you so much for joining us. For our next session, we're staying with Churchill as a soldier in the 19th century. But we'll continue to gallop through history, and in this instance, rather literally. As many of you know, South Africa was not Churchill's first military adventure or the first time he risked death in pursuit of honor and distinction. A year earlier, in 1898, young Winston rode with the 21st Lancers in a cavalry charge in the Battle of Omdurman, while accompanying General Kitchener's campaign to defeat the Mahdist army, threatening Egypt and avenge the death of General Gordon. Here to tell us what it would have been like is Brough Scott, former jockey turned horse racing journalist and TV presenter, and author of the definitive book on Churchill's lifelong equestrianism, The Excellent Churchill at the Gallop. Welcome, Brough.
Well, it's very, very nice for me. I'm rather humbled to be here with all of you, Churchill aficionados and great professors. But I come with a very specific brief that I wrote my book. I wrote it from the saddle because I was a professional jump jockey. I rode it in all the big meetings and the Grand National. But amongst all the things about Churchill, as you all know, people forget quite how important riding and horses were to him. Of course, he was born 9 years before there was a car on the road. And what he did at Omdurman, as I say, I rode a fair bit, was off the scale. And I want to just take you through what would have been involved. He was, have you got the pictures? There we are. Well, that's your normal view of what Omdurman was, all rather sort of dashing. And there was a film, which is see Simon Ward. And that is indeed the sword. I have the sword here. And that's what they were galloping at. But physically, Churchill then was 23 years old. And there were 400 people in the 21st Lancers. And I can tell you, they were absolutely mad for a charge. Because the 21st Lancers, at that stage, they'd never actually been in the battle. And people take the piss out of them and said that their motto should be, "Thou shalt not kill." And there were some very, very good riders in there. Particularly two people who won the VC, Paul Kenner and René de Montmorency. And they were itching for battle. There were 400 of them in 25 troops, sorry, 16 troops of 25. And what you have to get is, and what they're doing basically is clearing up. There were 60,000 of these dervishes out there who've been already repulsed in one really sort of medieval swarm coming towards 19th century guns. It was a massacre. But they were fanatical, and there were thousands of them. And there were still people around, and they were trying to clear up. The 21st Lancers are out to clear. There's 400 of them, and they ride along with a sword up. It's important to get physically what you're doing. You're riding along sword up, but that's not that difficult if you can ride. And they suddenly get some bullets were coming towards them. And they could see what looked like about 400 people on the sort of crest of a bit of a hill, about a quarter of a mile, 500 yards away. And so they immediately went into what they call line of troops, which they switch and they go one after the other across because the bullets were coming from out there. You can't see much. It's already 8:30 in the morning, getting warm. And they go along in line of troops like this. And the deal is, if you wheel right, then you're going to charge. So they're all itching to charge. And some people said they should never have bothered to do it. But they did. They turned to charge. And off they went. The bullets are coming at them. And you're going, and you're meant to trot, canter, gallop. And they turned, and they were off. So they're quite small, little Arab ponies, really, about 14 to 15 hands. And they're galloping. And they're very, very revved up. And off they set. Now, that's, again, as a rider, blood's up, not quite exciting. But there's a big trick for Churchill. When he originally went to India, 1896, as he got out of the boat, came into Bombay Harbour, as he came in, he jumped, there's a little dinghy coming in off the main boat, Britannia. He put his arm up to catch the ring. As he put his arm up, you know what a dinghy like, it bobbed down, and he wrenched his shoulder out. And his shoulder was always bad for the rest of his life. But he got special dispensation that when the charge was on, he would fight with a revolver. Now, this is fake, but this isn't, okay? He would fight with a revolver. Now, this is where it gets off the scale. You're already blood up, everyone's screaming, yelling, and the final shell, you're going, and don't forget, 22 of them are going to get killed, 100 of them are going to get wounded. I mean, this is going to be very, very rough, and if you fall off amongst these guys, they're going to chop you to bits. I mean, we're talking about 1898, and there's absolutely not Queensberry rules. So he's got to get this back, you can't see that, back into here, and he's then got to put that in there. He's then got to pull his pistol out of here, cock it, and you're still galloping along very, very fast, and then fire. Now, I've tried doing that at the walk. It's quite difficult. I wouldn't want to contemplate doing it at the gallop, but Churchill had been practicing it, and he did. And it's very important now to get a grip of what Churchill was at that stage, because we all have the view of him as a great florid statesman with a great voice, and you always imagine he's a great big man. When he went to Sandhurst at 19, he was 5'6½", he's smaller than me, and I'm not the biggest chap, but I've got a 36-inch chest. He had a 32-inch chest. He's about 8.5, 9 stone. And he collapsed on the parade ground, and he wrote to his mother saying, I'm cursed with such a feeble physique, I can scarce bear the ordinary burdens of the day. So he was determined to make himself fit to ride. He was a fit little chap. He'd won the public schools fencing championship. But he was determined to get fit to ride, and he got himself very fit. He came in, I've got this in, okay, remember, this is it. This is back in its scabbard now. So it's fallen. He's charging, and as they get within, he said, half the length of a polo field. Well, the polo field is 300 yards, so 150 yards out, he suddenly realised, there's an old trick, apparently, the Mahdi used to do, because this is sort of medieval, is that while there appeared to be 400 people, they were actually on the edge of a dried-up riverbed. So as you got close, you suddenly see there's a big, wide riverbed below, so down below here, and across there's 2,000 others of these gentlemen. And they're not particularly keen on the 21st Lancers, whether they've been in a charge before or not. As he comes towards them, he's riding there, and he's a troop leader. So he's in front, he's got 25 people behind him. And as he goes in, there's rows of riflemen, pretty old-fashioned rifles, firing at him. He aims himself between the two here. His horse goes straight through that. They fire and miss him. They kill the guy behind him. As you go through, then is a drop into the riverbed. Now, he drops down into the riverbed, and he writes beautifully about it, being Churchill. As a journalist, it's really irritating because he's such a good writer. I mean, I've written for deadlines and things, but he writes about this the next day, and then he redoes it in my early life. It's absolutely amazing as a question writing. And the horse jumps down. He said he dropped like a cat amongst them. He then got out through the other side, and then there's people around, and he suddenly sees a guy on the ground, and he thinks, oh, he's sort of trying to surrender. And then he realizes that what the guy's going to do, which apparently is what they've always done over the centuries, is when they're attacked by horsemen, they throw themselves on the ground, and they've got these great scimitars, and they lie and they slash around the back of the horse's hind legs. And if you know what a horse's hind leg looks like, it's got a long tendon. You cut that through, and then you've basically blown the tyres. And he realised that, moved his horse away, fired and killed the guy on the ground. As he then came round, and remember there's a horse with him all the time here, another guy suddenly is there, and he shoots him. He moves a bit further. All this is happening as fast, almost faster than I'm talking. And he goes more, and then suddenly another guy comes, and he's throwing a spear at it, and he shoots him, and he kills him so that he actually lands here on him. So there's certainly 3 people he killed in that moment. He's 23 years old, this guy. And I'd like to just look, can we look at this picture of him, what the sort of person we're talking about here? He's that chap. He's not the florid statesman. He's lean and he's hard. And he's determined to win medals. He's, as you all probably know, he was absolutely self-aware. He wanted to make himself famous militarily and make money, which he did. When he went down to the Boer War, he was the highest paid journalist anywhere already. He was on 20 grand a month. I mean, this is ludicrous. But he's 23 years old, and he's determined to win medals, be famous, and then go into politics. That's his plan, and didn't he deliver? Anyway, he's through here. He's killed 4 people and gets out the other side, and then writes it up. But I think what you need to know is that's a huge physical thing, but the riding had been there from the very beginning. You know all about the other influences in his life, but I mean, that very first letter to his mother was talking about riding Rob Roy in the park at Blenheim. When he went to his prep school, when he was 10, he wrote to his mother saying, I do want to go on with the riding, I enjoy it more than anything. When he went to Sandhurst, the little thin guy, he was not hugely successful going in, and he did much better than he'd started with, but his outstanding achievement at Sandhurst, at the end, was 120, everybody had to go in for the riding exam. 127 people went to the riding exam, and he just missed being first. He was second out of 127. And at that moment, that had been the highest achievement of his life. And I'm submitting that if you do this in your early life, it's going to be in your head. Not only, he then, as you know, he went to India. Within 3 weeks of being there, he got himself into the regimental polo team. Polo was a huge thing then. He got into the polo team, and they won a cup. They'd never done it before. After Omdurman, he went back to India with a specific deal to try and win the interregimental trophy, which the 4th Hussars had never won. They duly won it, and guess who scored a hat-trick in the final? Now, if you scored a hat-trick in the final in your chosen sport, you're never going to forget it. And he went on riding. He's playing polo when he was Chancellor of the Exchequer. He played last polo match when he was 52. At the end of his life, as you probably know, he had racehorses. He bred racehorses. Over 16 years, he had 71 winners. I mean, it was a major deal. Because when he was a boy, his father had an Oaks winner. The Oaks was second to Epsom Maloney. And it was a very big deal. And they lived at that stage at Banstead Manor. Now, Banstead Manor near Newmarket is actually the centre now of what was Juddmonte Empire. It's where that great horse Frankel was born and now lives. But they lived at Banstead Manor, and Churchill, aged 15, rode across the heath to watch his father's Oaks winner in gallops. I can tell you, if a boy did that now from Harrow, I think it's important. But back then, when racing was the number one thing, it was huge. So riding was absolutely central to him. But then he had this central moment, and it was a huge moment, that if he could do this, only if he could ride was he going to survive. And the coincidence is that it's only because he wrenched that shoulder, that he wasn't with a sword. And if he hadn't had the revolver, when the guys did that, I mean, he's just swinging a sword round. It's very possible that we wouldn't have had him. So I'm here just to leave you with the thought that, you know, and you'll have lots of presentations, there were many, many things that went into the making of Winston Churchill. But horses were his comfort in childhood, his challenge in youth, his transport in war, his triumph of cup final in sport, and with those racing, his diversion in dotage. So horses, of all the influences, horses, and in particular what happened to Omdurman, was not the least of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Brough, for helping us to bring history alive today. Churchill was not just a man of action, he was also a man of words, a prolific writer who would ultimately win the Nobel Prize for Literature. His second book, The River War, was a detailed examination of that campaign in the Sudan, the river in question being the Nile, down which the British Army had to travel. The book combines detailed analysis with firsthand experience, and it is now my great pleasure to introduce our next two guests, Professor James Muller and Dr. Piers Brendon.
Thank you very much for that. Well, it's a great pleasure to introduce Professor James Muller, who's going to talk about his new and definitive edition of Winston Churchill's first major work of history, The River War. Of course, Jim needs no introduction to most of you, since for many years he's been chairman of the Board of Academic Advisors at the ICS, and he's one of the world's leading authorities on Churchill's life and writings. But for those of you who don't know him, I must just say in the brief time that's allotted to us, a little about him. Jim was educated at Harvard and at the École Normale Supérieure in Paris. He's been a White House Fellow and an Archives by Fellow at Churchill College, Cambridge, where I first met him in the 1990s, when he'd already embarked on the huge project which has now come to fruition. And since 1983, Jim has taught at the University of Alaska, where he's professor of political science. He's written widely on subjects ranging from Montesquieu to P.G. Wodehouse, but his main field of scholarship is Winston Churchill, as indicated by his many academic articles and by his receiving the Farrow Award for Excellence in Churchill Studies. Among other things, Jim has edited new annotated editions of Churchill's Thoughts and Adventures and Great Contemporaries, and he's about to perform a similar service for Churchill's My Early Life, which is perhaps his most endearing book. But what he's been working on for over 3 decades is Churchill's historical account of the reconquest of the Sudan, which its author witnessed taking part, as we just heard, in the last great cavalry charge in English history. It's Jim's new edition of this book that we're going to discuss before throwing our forum open to general questions and answers. So let me begin by asking Jim, in what I hope will be a sort of reasonably free-flowing conversation, what's the significance of this book and why is it so important to have the new edition?
The River War is really the most important of the 5 books that Churchill wrote before he was elected to Parliament at the age of 25. And it's a 2-volume book. It was almost 1,000 pages in the first edition. And Churchill worked on it for a very long time for him. He worked on it for a whole year. And he ended up, in fact, not being able to attend the book launch because he was already on his way to South Africa. But it was a book he devoted immense energy to learning about so that he could write about it. And as he wrote it, his story grew to include the whole history of the rebellion in the Sudan by an Islamist revolutionary, the Mahdi, and the way the British had eventually resolve to avenge the death of General Gordon in Khartoum by reconquering the Sudan for Egypt.
Jim, you've taken over 30 years to produce this edition. There have been times, I must confess, when I thought it wouldn't appear in my lifetime. For more reasons than one, I'm delighted that it has. As one can see, and as you can see from glancing at this extraordinary edition with its thousands of footnotes, its 11 appendixes, its huge bibliography, its maps, its illustrations, its holograph reproductions, and the red and black text that indicates different editions, it was a monumental task. Give us some idea of the complexity of putting this huge edition together.
Well, it was a very big job. For one thing, the River War was printed before 1900. And in those days, there were no standardized typefaces. So when on a winter's day in 1989, while we were on our 15-month wedding trip in London, I discovered at the British Library that there was a longer 2-volume edition of the River War than the only ones I had ever seen before, even though I thought I knew the book. And then when I looked at that edition, which I had to look at in the rare book reading room of the British Library, I realized how much of the original book had been cut out when the book was abridged 3 years later. Then it was necessary, to answer your question, Piers, to get a text of both those editions scanned, which by itself was a rough job because the scanning didn't recognize those old typefaces very well. And so I had up almost 1,000 pages with errors on every page. And so the first thing that had to be done was to read the whole book out loud, not just the words, but also the capital letters and the punctuation, and to correct the scans to get the text exactly right. Then I had to compare the text of the first edition to the text of the abridged edition. And later, the abridgment had also been abridged by Randolph's father, or he used that version for an edition of the River War that was published in the late 90s. And so that had to be compared too, as well as the one that was in the collected works of Churchill. That was part of it, but there were other things too. The first edition was illustrated with 50 wonderful drawings by Angus MacNeil, his brother officer, in the 21st Lancers and a fellow Harrovian, which had been left out of all the subsequent editions of the book. It seemed very important to bring those back. And perhaps most importantly, the dispatches on the basis of which Churchill had written the book were very important, I thought, to include as a new appendix. And so those things all had to be found and discovered. And I was really lucky in a way that the 100th anniversary of the publication of the River War in 1998, which the war was 1998. The River War was first published the following year in 1899. It was lucky that the centenary happened before I was ready to publish the book, because there were some wonderful books, and especially one of those by someone who's here today, Edward Spears of the University of Leeds, which helped put me on to some of these elements that became very important for the new edition that had reappeared only recently.
Very good. The original research involved was quite prodigious. Give us some impression of the most memorable moments in that research, because I mean, I've been fascinated by these stories, but I think other people would like to hear them.
Well, discovering the shorter and the longer edition was really the big one. I've mentioned that, but you're right, there were others. One of the lucky things was that a British scholar, Richard Hill, whom I never met, had done a wonderful biographical dictionary of the Sudan. And when my students, with whom I was reading the book in seminars, began to ask questions about all these dervish figures, these emirs and so on, who were referred to in the book by Churchill, I realized that to add biographical footnotes that would tell you something more about them would really enrich our understanding of the book. And thanks to Richard Hill's dictionary, I was able to provide those. But then the question came up of what about the British characters? Thousands of them who are mentioned either in the book or in the appendices, most of whom are known only as names or not at all anymore 100 years later. And it was then that I very fortunately met Paul Courtney, who helped me in so many ways on the footnotes having to do with military figures and all sorts of other things about Britain that an American editor, I'm afraid, would have been very likely to get wrong. And thanks to him and many others who helped, including many Paul introduced me to, I hope the new edition is about as free of howlers as one can possibly find. Although I do want to say that if anybody who reads the new edition finds a mistake in it, I hope he or she will, as some early readers have done in a few cases, email me and tell me about it, because there may be more printings of the book, and we'd like to correct those wherever we can.
Tell us about your engine driver. I mean, that's one of your great stories.
Yes, well, one of the things that is most famous about the River War is one of the things that's least easy to find in the book in any of the previous editions except the first one or this new one, because it was left out of all the abridged editions. And that is Churchill's adventure in the Sahara Desert after the battle as he returned to Cairo. The train broke down, and they thought they might have to spend the night in the middle of the Sahara Desert, and they weren't too pleased. And there was a British officer, Lieutenant, or as I think they say in Britain, Lieutenant Harvey Bathurst, who managed to get the train going again. And he did that because his family had owned land through which trains and train tracks had to be built in the 19th century. And they had made a deal with the train company that the family would be able to hop on the train whenever they wanted to, just as people do on the Alaska Railroad still, to get places. And he was the one in his family who had availed himself of this permission most often and from a very early age. So he knew everything about railways. And he managed almost by himself with a shovel to get that train going again by putting sand into the engine and taking out some of the slag in the engine, which had jammed it up. He got the train going again. And there were many among the British cavalry officers who thought this was conduct unbecoming to a British gentleman to shovel slag out of an engine in the middle of the desert. And they made fun of him. But Churchill was very happy that he had done this. And this whole incident produced the famous remark that Churchill made about Islam, which is from the River War and was widely quoted after the terrorist attack in 2001 and attributed correctly to the River War, but nobody could find it in the book. And in the new book, you'll find it along with a rather long footnote about Harvey Bathurst and also his picture in the introduction.
Very good, Jim, thanks. Well, let's focus on the interesting aspect of the book that will strike anyone who reads it, which is that some of it's in black type and some of it's in red type. And this indicates the difference between the two main editions that you're talking about. Now, what are the differences between the first and the second edition? Give us a feel for those differences, Jim.
What I discovered in the first couple of weeks after I saw the 2-volume edition for the first time was that 7 whole chapters of the 26 originally in the book had been left out of the abridged edition. So if you only have the abridged edition, you've got to get the new edition to read the whole book. But not only that, Churchill had left out parts of every single other chapter. And he did that because the book had to be reduced to a single volume, and so quite a lot had to be left out. But he did it also because he had been corrected on some points. He made those corrections in the revised edition, and because much of what he had written was either very controversial and included attacks on the commanding officer, Lord Kitchener, for various faults Churchill found in him. Churchill, in fact, had resigned from the army after the Battle of Omdurman so that he would be perfectly free, without fear or favor, to write whatever he honestly thought about any of the people in the British Army. But also there are a lot of personal stories about Churchill's own experiences, how he got lost in the desert, going down or up the Nile to Omdurman, and how he found his way and what that was like, and other stories too, which he had to cut out in the abridged version. And of course, those are really very interesting now, and most people haven't read them.
What do you blame Churchill for softening some of his criticisms of Kitchener, or do you think that this was a reasonable tactic given the fact that he wanted to make a political career? How do you assess that?
Well, look, if he softened these criticisms, as obviously some of them were softened, and he must have known exactly what the softening was going to be. In the abridged version, he says, damning with faint praise, that Kitchener will play the second role in reconquering the Sudan. But in the original first edition, he had said, if not second place, at least the third. And so he did soften it, and there are other instances of that, certainly, things he cut out. If he did that simply to help him rise, well and good, but I think he may have been thinking further than that. He may have been thinking about the fact that he might have to deal with Kitchener not as a subordinate in the future, but as an equal, as he did in the First World War. And it certainly made things work better that only people who had read the first edition of the book knew the full extent of those criticisms.
He says in The River War, something I quoted in my wholly objective review of the book, he says that the official statement that the dervish wounded received every delicacy and attention was, quote, so utterly devoid of truth that it transcends the limits of mendacity and passes into the realms of the ridiculous, which is a great phrase for the post-truth world that we now live in. Jim, again, he's very, very frank, isn't he, in that first edition? He really socks it to them.
He has a whole chapter, which is entirely cut out in the abridged version, describing what it was like to ride around the battlefield after the battle. 3 days later, there were dervishes who had been mortally wounded, who had still not died, and had still not been offered a drink of water by anyone because they were from far away from Khartoum and they had no family members to come help them. And Churchill and one of his brother officers, the one who became later the Duke of Atholl, rode around, he was Marquis of Tullibardine at that point, rode around on the battlefield together, and the Marquis did a little impromptu surgery with his pocket knife, which relieved some of the pain some of these dervishes were in. And Churchill offered them some water from his canteen till it ran out. But he describes this scene in a chapter that is really unforgettable. And it was really that chapter, chapter 21, that made me think, I've got to put this whole book back into print. The red and the black you mentioned is just a way of showing what was left out in the abridged edition. Everything in red was left out. And there's a funny story about that, which I'll tell in one sentence. When I got the proofs, you know, which you get before the book is printed, I thought, this red, which was the red of the Canadian flag, where the book was actually printed in Quebec, is so bright orangey that readers won't be able to read page after page on this comfortably at all. It's impossible. So we substituted at the last moment Harvard Crimson for that Canadian flag red, and it's much more readable.
Jim, there's been a lot of controversy recently about two particular subjects, and I'd like to know what insights you think the book gives us into the author's character and beliefs on two particular subjects. One is Islam, and the other is attitudes to race. And these are very controversial subjects. I've just reviewed, for Finest Hour, Geoffrey Wheatcroft's book, Churchill's Shadow, and these come up. They come up here, and they've come up in various other ways. Give us a sense about those two particular views that he held.
Churchill was really at this time trying to figure out what he thought about these questions. And as in so many other cases, he was very independent-minded. On the question of race, and on the question of the capabilities of the indigenous people in the Sudan, Churchill found many of his fellow British troops to have the ordinary prejudice against black people. And in the first edition of the book, he's very frank about this, and he doesn't mince words at all, but on the other hand, as the book goes on, he gradually tries to explain to the reader that it probably would be a good idea to allow black troopers in the Anglo-Egyptian army. They had not been allowed up till then. And he makes other remarks which are really striking. For instance, he says that one of the military feats later in the war, after the Battle of Omdurman, by a black Sudanese regiment was the finest military accomplishment of the war, and he specifically says, finer than the charge of the 21st Lancers at Omdurman. So that's really quite striking, I think. Now, when it comes to Islam, something of the same thing. On the one hand, Churchill doesn't shrink from the fact that some of these warriors are fanatical and that they don't, as was said, fight by Marquis of Queensberry rules. But on the other hand, he thinks that these dervish warriors were extremely brave, as brave men as ever walked the earth, he says. And so he wants to give them their due for their courage, but he doesn't shrink from criticizing them for their lack of civilization. And as far as their leader, the Mahdi, Churchill thinks that in the history of the Sudan, the Mahdi will be a most important figure and deserves to be thought of that way.
I said that I thought that this was Churchill's, this had some cause to be regarded as Churchill's best book, in the sense that the first books were stories of military adventure. This is his first serious history book, and he did it all himself. He didn't have any assistance, he didn't dictate it, such as he did subsequently. How do you rate him as a historian with particular reference to this book?
Well, it's interesting to me how hard he worked. We've already heard about Celia's work on her book, Candice Millard's work on her book. Churchill, as a young man, was working hard in that same way. He went back to India, where his regiment was posted after the battle, but he came back to Cairo, and he interviewed everyone he could, even though Kitchener had tried to get them not to talk to Churchill. And he also got to know the British agent in Cairo, Lord Cromer, who helped him tremendously with the book. He read 22 books, which he lists at the beginning of the book in the first edition, which were other books on the Sudan, and he learned a tremendous amount by talking to people during the campaign, after the campaign, and so forth. And then, as I said, he resigned from the army to spend a whole year working on the book. And people were amazed at how hard he worked. They saw him on the steamer from India back to the Suez Canal, working with all his papers in a big tin box. And other people were admiring the sunset and chatting up girls, and Churchill was busy writing and scribbling and showing his drafts to people and so on. And so one of the things that has struck me is how very hard he worked and how serious he was about all this.
The other thing I'd like to raise with you, and perhaps the last thing, is the style. This is the start of the career of someone who won a Nobel Prize for Literature, and I'm particularly thinking of the echoes of Gibbon and Macaulay. A wonderful phrase that Churchill used, which I like particularly, where he says that he has a meal of desert dates and milk. A repast, if it would not gratify the palate of the epicure, will yet sustain the stomach of the traveller. Now, his style has been criticized quite a lot by people like Evelyn Waugh, said, well, no, it's phony. I think his style is great. How do you rate him?
From the very first chapter of the book, almost all of which is left out in the abridged version, in which Churchill describes the beauty of the sunset over the Nile, you get this wonderful prose, and it's appropriate to the subject. Sometimes it's drier and more factual. Other times it reminds you of his World War II speeches 40 years earlier. And this was one of the books that the Nobel Prize Committee mentioned specifically as being the reason Churchill got the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1953. So I think it is one that one has to read to see more of the genesis of Churchill's prose style.
And it's something that Mary Soames read for the first time at your behest.
Well, I made bold to ask Mary to write a foreword to the book, and she said, but I haven't read it. I've only read the books Papa gave me when they were published, and of course, she wasn't around there to get a book in 1899. So she had to get the book, she had to read it, and bless her heart, she did both, and then she read the abridged edition too. She said, I see why you've got to bring back the whole book, and she wrote a wonderful foreword, which I think you'll all enjoy when you see the book. On that, I should just say this. The rollout of the book has been as slow as the production of it, and maybe it was finished by me finally because of COVID, because I had to sit in my chair for so long and couldn't come to Britain. But finding the right printer and so on, that's all delayed. The book is really multinational. It was typeset in India beginning in 2006 and finishing up 15 years later, which is kind of amazing. And then the printer had many troubles getting the book out because it's so complicated because of the colored fold-out maps and other things that you don't find in most books anymore, and because they had deaths among their staff thanks to COVID. But soon there will be actual copies of this book here in Britain. I think they've actually gotten off the ship and into the warehouse. So those of you who haven't seen it, it won't be so much longer. And there has been a second printing, and there will be a third, and so on. So hang on if you haven't seen it yet.
Well, hang on.
I think we have some time for a few questions from the audience.
That's a very good moment to ask questions.
Yes, indeed. And as ever, please wait for the microphone to come to you so those online can also hear your question. Microphone coming around.
Thank you very much indeed, James. It sounds a fabulous edition. I very much look forward to reading it. One of the problems with Churchill after Omdurman is, of course, that the battlefield is vast. He's not there all the time, and perhaps he's not the most reliable of witnesses. Because if you read letters from riflemen and Seaforth Highlanders, they were indeed sent out with buckets of water for the dervish wounded, and the Highlanders who had fought them at Barra were incandescent that they were ordered to do so. They had far rather given them a few more rounds of ammunition, their dum-dum bullets, rather than give them water. So there was an attempt, but it was such a big battlefield, and there was 16,000 wounded. I mean, it was colossal. So there's no way we could actually, the medical services could do much about it.
Yes, the medical services were very small, and even the British troops were not dealt with in ways that Churchill thought were adequate. But that all had to do with the fact that the war had to be fought on a very small budget, and Kitchener was very good at limiting the budget.
I think we have another question from the middle of the room.
Thank you. Yes, Paul Ford from Boston, Massachusetts. First of all, thank you for this marvelous book and for your many years of dedication to getting everything right. I was struck by Churchill's perspective on Islam, and particularly that religious fanaticism should be viewed as a kind of political response to extreme conditions of deprivation, of ignorance, and of course, slavery, which was rife. And I couldn't help but think about Islamic fundamentalism in its more extreme manifestations in our own time, again, as a political response, as opposed to a religious expression, again, in response to extreme deprivation, ignorance, poverty, and hardship. Could you please comment on that?
Yes, I think you're right that Churchill thought that the political situation and the very harsh imperialism of Egypt down in the Sudan, after Egypt had managed to conquer the Sudan, something that never happened in the time of the pharaohs, but was possible by the 19th century, really justified the Sudanese in concluding that they were being treated very badly, because they were. And Churchill thought the revolution had happened for that reason. And he had considerable sympathy with the people who were so put upon. And I think he really thought that that was more the reason than the religion, that the religion then was a unifying force that helped the revolution succeed. he doesn't think, in other words, that the dervishes are all fanatics. He thinks fanaticism was like the horn of the rhinoceros, to use one of the images he gives in the book.
I think we have a question from online.
Hey. Hello. The question is, excuse me. Jim, do you know if Churchill ever took any interest in later reprints or foreign editions of the River War?
That's a very good question. He certainly took interest in reprints. The book was reprinted quite often, but always in the abridged edition, until it was abridged again, and then reprinted a few more times in both the abridged and abridgment of the abridged editions. And Churchill always encouraged reprints of his books, even when he said he didn't, as in the case of Savrola. It was an important part of what he had achieved in life, and it was an important part of supporting his family to have those books in print and to have them reprinted. But when it comes to foreign editions of the River War, there have been a number of translations, always to my knowledge of the abridged version, including even an Arabic translation, which is not mentioned in Ron Cohen's bibliography, I don't think. I say that cautiously because that's a very big book. And those editions are interesting. I hope perhaps there might be some translations of the new edition into other languages, but we'll see.
Well, I certainly hope so. And I'm afraid that that's all the time we have questions for right now. So I'd once again like to thank Jim and Piers for being here today. And if we could just give Piers the last word.
Can I thank Jim?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Jim, I think you want to say thanks to one or two people yourself.
Well, I hope I managed to do that.
You do that
as much as I have had time.
Well, in that case, let me thank you on behalf of all of us, I think, for a fascinating disquisition on the construction, the content, and the importance of your definitive edition of the River War. You deserve everybody's thanks, I think, for this, because anyone who takes an interest in Churchill will value this book. In fact, it ought to be on the shelves of all Churchillians, and I should say that copies are available, I think, to purchase. Is that right?
Yes, pre-order.
Okay, and you can apply remotely via something called info@winstonchurchill.org, which you all ought to be familiar with. You'll then possess an indispensable part of the Churchill canon to be cherished as long as his name lives in history. We're all in your debt.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it is now my pleasure to welcome my co-presenter, Katherine Carter, back to the stage, who will be introducing our next speaker. We have learned a lot this afternoon about Churchill's military career. He was proud to be a cavalry officer and lieutenant in the 4th Queen's Own Hussars. It's probably fair to say that the vocation of being a cavalry officer has undergone some changes in the last 120 years. The successor regiment to Churchill's is the Queen's Royal Hussars, and we are lucky enough to have a strong contingent protecting us here today, including the regiment's commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Shan. I was fortunate enough to be invited to speak to the regiment in Germany in 2018 as part of their lecture series on the life and times of Sir Winston Churchill. And I was struck not only by the great pride which they took with their association with Winston Churchill, but also the inspiration they took from his courage, his leadership, and his strategic insights. But to tell us more about the regiment today, I'm delighted to introduce Captain Jonathan Neese.
Good afternoon. My name is Captain Jonathan Neese, and I'm the Adjutant of the Queen's Royal Hussars. We are the senior light cavalry regiment of the British Army and are currently a heavy armour regiment. That means that we are mounted on Challenger 2 tanks and are specialists in armoured warfare. I'm speaking to you today for two reasons. Firstly, the regiment are exceptionally proud to be known as Churchill's Own, because as you've just heard, Winston Churchill was an officer in the 4th Queen's Own Hussars. And secondly, I'm personally very proud, as I'm an alumni of Berkhamsted School, who the family will remember was the school of Clementine Churchill, and we still have a house named in her honour. I wanted to talk about three things today. Firstly, how did Churchill end up joining the 4th Hussars? Secondly, some anecdotes and funny stories about his time in the 4th Hussars, especially in India, looking at some of the records that we still have at the mess. And then finally, who we are now and what we are as a regiment. So first of all, Churchill found out that he had been accepted into Sandhurst in 1893, whilst on a walking holiday in Switzerland. This was his third attempt to get into Sandhurst. The previous two attempts, he had failed to gain the academic qualifications or score to get into Sandhurst. But on his third attempt, he was successful. However, he had only just scraped over the line. So his father expressed his immediate disappointment that he hadn't done well enough to qualify for an infantry cadetship, something that he had already organised with the Duke of Cambridge to commission into the 60th Rifles. Instead, he was stuck having to join the cavalry. What a shame. And so, whilst his father expressed quite a lot of disappointment at Churchill's failure to gain an infantry cadetship, his aunt, Duchess Lily, was much more positive and wrote him days after he found out the news, saying, "Never mind the infantry, you'll love the cavalry, and when Papa gets back, we will get you your charger." However, as overjoyed as Churchill was that it was going to be the cavalry life for him, he found out just before he went to Sandhurst that in fact many of the officer cadets had failed to take up their place, meaning he had slowly gone up that ranking, meaning that he had indeed qualified for the 60th Rifles. And while I'm sure you will appreciate, Sandhurst is still the centre of officer leadership for all officers in the British Army, and Churchill's experience there differed somewhat from some of our junior officers who are here this evening. In fact, in his first week at Sandhurst, he wrote to his father to say, "I have little or nothing to do." Very different from nowadays, I'm sure. He also wrote in his opening letters that he really had three issues at Sandhurst. The fact that the carpets and the curtains didn't match. They had a particularly solemn company butler. And finally, his father refused to pay his mess bill, something my father still refuses to do nowadays. However, while at Sandhurst, he did find some solace in the horses in the stables at the back of Old College. He spent time at Sandhurst playing for the regimental polo team, a real passion of his, and something that our junior officers still partake in today. However, never one to be put down, Winston was convinced that the cavalry was where his heart was, and so he wrote to his father to explain the 6 key reasons why he needed to join the cavalry and not the infantry. First of all, promotion is much quicker in the cavalry. Honestly, that's something I'm yet to come across, but Colonel, maybe we'll have a chat. Second, gaining a commission in the cavalry was much quicker. There was no requirement to go on subsequent training. You only had to learn how to ride, which he already knew how to do very well. Third, the 4th Hussars had already been told they were going to India, so he could go overseas, he could do the thing that he had joined the army to do, to see action, be gallant, and get medals. Fifth, stabling a horse in the cavalry was much easier. Clearly they have stables, the farriers, the vets, which was a curious argument, given that at the time he didn't own any horses and didn't for quite some time asking the regiment to buy them for him. And finally, a combination of the exceptionally smart uniforms, some of which you'll see this evening at dinner, the quality of life as a cavalry officer, the better social quality of the officers around you, and finally, and I'm sure we can all agree, the benefits of not having to walk everywhere. After visiting the 4th Hussars in an unusual absence from Sandhurst, he wrote back to his father expressing how impressed he'd been with Colonel Brabazon, then the commanding officer of the 4th Hussars, and his awfully smart regiment, where he knew that he could exploit his single talent in life, horse riding. However, Lord Randolph, not one to be swayed easily, said, "Get these ideas of joining the cavalry out of your head, at least while I'm alive." And so, a week after Lord Randolph's death, he wrote to the Duke of Cambridge requesting a transfer to the 4th Hussars, which he dutifully accepted. Once in the 4th Hussars in Aldershot, he got straight into horse riding lessons. However, he was already exceptionally proficient, and the course, which usually takes 12 months, he completed in 3. His only comments was the horses that the 4th Hussars had were much broader than the polo ponies he was used to, and he ended days with particular stiffness in his hips and back. Now, this is an indicator that, again, life as an officer in the 1800s was maybe somewhat easier than some of the experiences our officers have today. However, I am intending on bringing back his 10:30 hot bath and massage before then an imperial pint of champagne and a double brandy for lunch. After a short break in 1896, where he went to New York and Cuba, he then returned to the regiment to prepare for a 9-year stint in India. This is fairly common in the army, and even recently, the Queen's Royal Hussars have returned from over 20 years of overseas service in Germany in 2019. But whilst in India with the regiment, he wrote back to his mother and brother very regularly to tell them how hard it was. In fact, between the particularly poor standard of local polo, the poor standard of local horse racing, and being constantly orderly officer, he was basically in prison. However, despite his state of arrest, he was still able to play polo for the regiment. And we've already heard today about some of the competitions he played in, one of which was the Secunderabad Polo Tournament Trophy. At the 4th Hussars at this tournament, they won a silver cup to commemorate their success, something that we still have in the mess displayed today. They also played in the Mayroute Army Interregimental Polo Cup final, and won, meaning that they were the best polo team in the army. And by complete coincidence, I do promise, only 6 weeks ago, the regimental polo team won back the title of Army Polo Champions. Now, we've already heard how tough life was for Churchill when he was in India, between his morning massage and lunchtime champagne. And whilst I wasn't able to bring some of the original documents and memorabilia that we hold in the mess, I thought I would share with you some of our favourite comments that he wrote. We have a complaints book in the mess where any officer who feels their opinion is not being heard and needs to get it out there can write down what they want to say, and it will be recorded in history. And so, whilst it is difficult to read some of his handwriting, I'll read some excerpts for you now. You'll notice he had some very peculiar or particular interests in food and furniture. So looking at the top left, it says, in the opinion of Winston Churchill, the general comfort and furnishings of the mess are much below the standard of all other cavalry regiments and most of the infantry regiments. He suggests that fresh furniture be purchased, new carpets be imported, and that hideous wallpaper be altered, so that the mess in general is rendered more suitably to the dignity of the regiment. A few months later, he noticed none of this had happened, so wrote a subsequent comment saying, maybe the mess should just be carpeted. Why has no action of the former complaint been taken? Maybe the state of discomfort is intentional. Secondly, looking at food, he wrote, the Irish stew needs to be more watery, not too rich or too thick, and not too much mince. Curious. And then finally, and our favourite quote, is called Eggs on Toast. To prevent the toast all going sodden, the egg should first be placed on a piece of stale, dry toast. This absorbs the moisture. Then transfer to a piece of hot, fresh toast. If this method is adopted, it will save the unanimous complaints of soggy egg on toast. Hopefully that's given you a bit of an idea of why he came to the regiment and his particularly tough life whilst there as a cavalry officer in the 1800s. And so what we're going to do now is just look at who the regiment are now. So clearly we have a very long history. This is our family tree, and the Queen's Royal Hussars were an amalgamation on the 1st of September 1993 of the Queen's Own and the Queen's Royal Irish Hussars, both of whom were amalgamations in turn, in 1958. So the Queen's Own Hussars were an amalgamation of the 3rd King's Own Hussars and the 7th Queen's Own Hussars, whilst the Queen's Royal Irish Hussars were an amalgamation of the 4th Queen's Own Hussars and the 8th King's Royal Irish Hussars. As you can see, Sir Winston Churchill was the Colonel-in-Chief of the Queen's Own Hussars before handing over on amalgamation to the late Prince Philip. More about the regiment. So as you can see in the top left and the top right, and some of the photos around, we're an operational main battle tank regiment using Challenger 2 tanks. In our history, we've had over 172 battle honours and have 8 VC winners. The regiment is about 500 strong, and the majority of our soldiers come from Northern Ireland or Birmingham. Since amalgamation in 1993, we've had multiple tours of Kosovo, Bosnia, Afghanistan, Iraq, and most recently we've been over in Estonia as part of the NATO Enhanced Forward Presence, as part of the deterrence mission out there for aggression in the Baltic states. If you have any questions, myself and my fellow officers will be in the bar this evening dressed in our finery. Please come up and ask me then. Apologies to the online crowd. But what we're going to do now is see a small video which encapsulates what the regiment's all about. Thank you very much for your time. We're now going to adjourn. We're now going to adjourn for a short coffee break, so please be seated again at 16:40. Thank you very much for the Queen's Royal Tsar's Slange.
Ladies and gentlemen, when I was invited to co-host this year's conference, I made one ask: to have a session with fellow leaders from the worlds of museums, galleries, and historic houses, to shine a spotlight on the work we do day in, day out, as custodians of the places where history was made, preserving artworks and artifacts of international importance, and sharing the stories of those who came before us. As a public historian and curator at Winston Churchill's former home of Chartwell, I'm acutely aware of the great responsibility held by myself and my fellow panellists in presenting history and art history to our audiences and supporters. No more so did I feel this than when, on my second day at Chartwell, a 90-year-old volunteer, a former D-Day veteran who had previously served on the Arctic convoys, took my hand and said, "You, young lady, have the best job in England." He became a dear friend, and I quickly saw that he was absolutely right. I'll be joined today by fellow leaders in the culture sector, and our 4 sites combined typically welcome just under 1 million visitors every year, COVID notwithstanding. Who better then to discuss the topic of presenting history and the past, present, and future of Churchill exhibitions? I'd like to welcome to the stage Dr. Xavier Bray, Kate Ballenger, and joining us virtually, Dr. Rob Havers. Thank you. Dr. Xavier Bray is an art historian specialising in Spanish art and is the director of the Wallace collection here in London. He has also held curatorial roles at the National Gallery, the Bilbao Museum of Fine Arts, and the Dulwich Picture Gallery. Kate Ballenger has the enviable job title of Keeper of Palace and Collections at Blenheim Palace. She's been at Blenheim since 2006, when she relocated from Australia, and in that time has curated a number of blockbuster exhibitions, most recently the hugely successful Churchill at Blenheim. Last but not least, we have Dr. Rob Havers, a military historian and experienced position of CEO holder, having held the role at the George Marshall Foundation, the Pritzker Military Museum and Library, and presently at the American Civil War Museum. His Churchillian origins, however, can be found in having held the role of Senior Lecturer of War Studies at Sandhurst, and also a decade spent as the director of the National Churchill Museum in Fulton, Missouri. So, ladies and gentlemen, we shall begin. Xavier, I'd like to start with you, because I think one thing that's really interesting when considering the Churchills and exhibitions is their own experience of exhibitions and their involvement in them during their lifetime. And I wonder if you might be happy to shine a light on how the Wallace collection fits into that.
Well, thank you, Katherine. So for those who don't know, the Wallace collection is literally 100 metres down the road, so there's a strong connection there. But it's one of these extraordinary collections that was given to the nation by Richard Wallace, who was a collector, mainly lived in Paris. He has an interesting link with Churchill through the fact that his great-great-granddaughter was Odette Paul Roger, and the nice connection between Churchill and Paul Roger Champagne is certainly there. But during lockdown, as I was looking through our archives and library, I found this rather extraordinary exhibition pamphlet that was basically an exhibition organised by Clementine Churchill to raise funds for the Red Cross to the Russian aid fund that she created. And as you all know, she managed to raise about £8 million over the Second World War to help the Russian forces. And it's when I opened it, I was amazed to see how many artists had been called in to give their works of art, such as Henry Moore, Epstein, who provided this amazing portrait of Ivan Maishki, and indeed the exhibition was opened by Lady Maishki in August 1942. It ran for a whole month. It was extremely successful. It sold a very good amount of works of art. And it was basically the fact that the Wallace collection had to empty it's a treasure house, and a lot of the works of art had to be sent for protection outside London to different country houses outside London. But clever Clementine Churchill came up with this concept of doing a series of exhibitions. And then when I flicked through the pamphlet, I then found Winston Churchill's signature on it. And I then learned that Sir Alec Martin, who was a trustee at the Wallace and head of Christie's at the time, had got him to sign and then auctioned it as part of the Russian aid fund. So there's that. But then secretly I was wondering, well, did Churchill, who is a great painter, as you all know, did he very discreetly introduce one of his paintings? We do know that he did on many occasions exhibit some of his works as pseudonyms. Charles Moran was one, David Winter, I think, was the other at the Royal Academy. And so this is something I'm looking into, and I might sit down with Katherine and see if there are other pseudonyms to find out if he did actually participate in this very interesting exhibition. But it's got me thinking about the exhibition itself, whether there might be an element of recuration, but also, and perhaps we can talk later about it, perhaps also consider Churchill as a painter. It's a time we all know he's a great painter in his own right, and might the Wallace be a good place to stage such an exhibition would be, of course, an interesting discussion to have.
It's fascinating for me to think about Clementine's interest in the curation of exhibitions and displays, because ultimately my role at Chartwell is heavily influenced by her own hand and her own involvement in the preparation of the house for opening in 1966. And I wonder if at this point I could bring in Rob Havers as well. In your role at the National Churchill Museum, the Churchill family were hugely supportive in it being established. You yourself started there not long after the millennium, and so a number of decades passed since it was founded. And I wonder if you could tell us about your vision for what you thought the museum should be at that point in time to be relevant to contemporary audiences.
Hello, Katherine, and a very good afternoon to everyone. I'm delighted to be with you, albeit virtually. As Katherine said, I began at what was then the Winston Churchill Memorial and Library on the campus at Westminster College in 2004. And I came on board at a point when the college itself and the museum was thinking about how to tell Churchill's story better and to put in a permanent exhibition that narrated that and also employed the best of new museum technology as was at the time. And so one of the things we were actively thinking about, and I think this is often a successful model for all history museums, it's how do you connect with a broader audience, obviously, and do justice to the story you are telling. So what we tried to do with what was then the new exhibition in Fulton, Missouri, was put Churchill at the center of those big events of the 20th century. Obviously, the First World War, the interwar years, World War II, which is how most Americans knew Churchill, of course, the Cold War, that in some sense, in the public mind, actually begins at Westminster College on the 5th of March, 1946, when Churchill delivers that profound speech and utters those immortal words about an Iron Curtain having descended. We wanted to broaden that, though, from just World War II and the Cold War to put Churchill in context for those big events and thereby interest those who have an interest in 20th century history, as well as Winston Churchill. And at the time, this was 2004, 2005, the United States, of course, and Britain and many other allies was deep in the fighting in Afghanistan, but also Iraq. And we found there was some traction by providing more of a detailed exposition of Churchill as colonial secretary and indicating his role in the creation of what becomes the contemporary, the modern state of Iraq. And that was a way to connect the present and a subject that was central to a lot of people's thoughts. Where is Iraq? Where did it come from? and then thereby to connect to Winston Churchill. So that seemed to be an interesting and a useful device. And had that exhibition not gone in when it did, that component or that part of Churchill's career may have been less prominent. But it certainly proved to be very successful 10, 15 years ago.
So Rob, out of interest, what was the response from your visitors and your supporters to creating a much broader narrative around Sir Winston Churchill's life?
It was overwhelmingly positive. The previous exhibition was very good, but very much of its time, and that had dated and was largely unchanged from the 1970s. And it really did focus on the fact of Churchill as war leader in World War II, and the fact of Churchill's visit in 1946, which all makes perfect sense. But we intended to tie the story that was told in the museum to broader educational standards about geography and history and English. And Churchill, being such a fascinating, multifaceted character, was a great opportunity with that. So Churchill, the writer, had significant prominence. Churchill, the artist, also had significant prominence. And at the time, we had 3 original Churchill paintings, I believe. Westminster College and the National, as is now the National Churchill Museum, was added to that store. And it really fleshed out the fascinatingly complex man that we all know Winston Churchill to be, by really beginning at the beginning in 1874 at Blenheim, his time at what was then the Royal Military College of Sandhurst, the Boer War, his time on the Northwest frontier, and just Churchill in the round, looking at the events that shaped him and created the man that steps up in May of 1940.
So having considered an exhibition in the past with the Churchill's own involvement, the creation of relevant and contemporary displays in the early 21st century, I'd like to go to you, Kate, at this point, because you and your team at Blenheim have created the most brilliant display. I have to send my huge congratulations to you and all your team. To anyone who hasn't had the chance to go to Blenheim recently, the new Churchill at Blenheim display is so creatively done and so engaging. And I wonder if you might be able to share how it was that you and your team made the decision to make that display and how it came to be in the look and feel it has.
Okay, thank you, Katherine. Obviously, being the birthplace of Churchill and his ancestral home, we've always felt an obligation to share that history with as many people as possible. It's from surveys that we've done in the past, 22% of our domestic visitors cite Churchill as their reason for visiting, and we believe those numbers are higher in the international market. And we wanted to broaden that and increase engagement with family and younger audiences and education groups. Obviously, COVID hit. We did have a Churchill exhibition within the palace, but it was a very small space that had a lot of interpretation, and COVID meant that we weren't able to reopen it. So it was closed the whole time, and that brought upon sort of the need to establish a new space and gave us the opportunity to look at doing things differently, particularly if we were trying to engage a new market. So we worked with new designers that weren't traditional exhibition designers and looked at making it a multi-sensory, immersive experience, so including not only sound but AV, which brought a lot of the objects we had in the collection to life, smells within there. We've also employed a sculptor to create a life-size waxwork of Churchill, which is wonderful. And that has really been embraced by so many visitors that in the past would have, I believe, run through the exhibition really, really quickly and not spent time to discover more.
I think it is definitely something that museum professionals need to be aware of, that need to be more multisensory to meet expectations of visitors and supporters. Something I've done at Chartwell, which I'm incredibly proud of, is that I, for the first time since it opened to the public, opened the Secretary's office. And I think the secretaries play such a vital role in the story of Winston Churchill's political and literary output. But their stories hadn't really been represented at Chartwell. So not only have I recreated the look and feel of the room as it was, but we have interviewed a number of surviving secretaries, and the way we've done it is we have telephones that you can pick up and dial different numbers and hear their recollections of life in that room. So why have a curator telling you what life was like when you could have the people who lived and breathed their lives in there telling you? And I think it's that creative approach, which is exactly what you've done at Blenheim, which is so vital to engaging people with the stories, not just of Winston and Clementine and their wider family, but the groups and communities whose lives orbited around theirs. So we've done the past, we've done the present, the future. Who wants to have a go at a crystal ball? Xavier, why don't we start with you? What do you think awaits in Churchill exhibitions?
Well, I mean, I do love what you've done at Chartwell, and particularly the studio as well. I think there's a lot there, and I'm sure you've got lots of plans that you could do quite a lot of sensory things like the smell of paint and opening up the palette and all that kind of thing. I think it's a very interesting question, and as I was mentioning in this, as I was looking through the pamphlet and thinking about the Churchills and the connections with Wallace, I do think there is a time and a right moment to consider him as an artist for his own sake. I was reading Ernst Gombrich on his appreciation of him as an amateur artist who loves painting. And indeed, when you read Painting as a Pastime by Churchill in 1921, it's full of not just anecdotes, but truly heartfelt ideas about what painting is and about well-being and the stuff of paint. He really got involved physically, and it's something that I think one should be able to communicate to present-day audiences, and possibly post-lockdown. I think we are all very keen on well-being, and we've all been doing our cold water swimming, our yoga, but painting is another thing that people have rediscovered. And maybe by using that and treating Winston Churchill seriously as an artist and selecting the very best, you could probably come up with a very beautiful exhibition, actually, that also complements his biography. Perhaps also something I've come across and spoken to you about is the fact that he did keep these paintings, but sometimes exchanged them or gave them as diplomatic presents. That's something I found very fascinating, and we know about the Roosevelt painting that came out recently for sale, but there's one for Truman, one for Eisenhower. Randolph Churchill told me one that was one for a German Chancellor, Czechoslovakia, I think it was. Adenauer, is that right? Yes. So, there's that aspect as well. So there are many great stories there. And as somebody who has worked in the arts as a curator of exhibitions, I suppose my job is to try and find good stories, good narratives. And I would say that there is a good narrative to be told here. So this is something I would like to try and take my trustees to think about it. I'm aware that Churchill, his personality is under criticism as well, so there's also that to take into account. But I think as an artist, it's definitely a great angle on him and could be absolutely refreshing, actually. And as you know, through art, you can heal many wounds.
And I think as well, there's such a brilliant opportunity for partnerships as well between organisations. So, for example, Chartwell, we have over 180 paintings by Winston Churchill. It's the largest collection on public display in the world. But for us, it is by definition in a relatively remote location. His home, he loved it so much because it had that countryside, incredible view. But wouldn't it be lovely to be able to share those with audiences who might not be able to make it to Chartwell? So there's opportunities to all work together as well and enhance the stories across the board. I wonder, Rob, if I could put you in the hot seat by any chance. So you are, the Civil War has lured you away from the Churchill world, sadly, but in terms of your wider museological perspective, what do you think awaits for Churchill exhibitions and Churchill displays?
Well, I think that, and Xavier made an interesting comment. He said Churchill's character is under question 2 minutes ago. I'm not sure it's his character so much as being judged contemporaneously by the standards of today that is under threat. And new technology, I think, provides an opportunity, as it always does, to help people understand the nuances of the time in which Churchill lived and acted. I remember when we put the exhibition in Fulton, Missouri, and a substantial donor came to visit and said, "I'm not really sure this is the right way to go. You're going to dumb it down." And my response, of course, was new technology will actually enable us to connect with people who may have thought they had no interest in Churchill, but the nature of the engaging displays will actually prove that not to be the case, and they will find an interest. And when this donor came and looked around again, he said, I apologize, you've actually smartened it up. It is far more content than was previously, but the accessibility piece is clearer still. And so I think, much as I'm sitting here in Appomattox, Virginia, talking to an audience in London, technology can help bridge that sort of those different gaps and provide opportunities. You're never going to replicate being able to see Churchill's paintings in situ at Chartwell, but the nature of evolving technologies means that perhaps in the very near future you can get quite close to that. It'll never replace that opportunity to visit in person, of course, but I would imagine and believe that the likelihood is that it will increase the willingness of those who might never have thought a trip to Chartwell was on the cards. They're more likely to come and make the effort. So I think the future of Churchill is much like the future of museums, the opportunity to engage with broader audiences, but also to tell a more complex story in a fashion that previously was not possible.
Wonderful. Well, I think that concludes things brilliantly. I think ultimately we're all in the same business of connecting with our audiences, making them engage with the stories of our places, moving, teaching and inspiring wherever and however we can. And I think I would say watch this space for what awaits in Churchill exhibitions. It's a really exciting time to be doing what we do. So do be sure to visit the Wallace collection and also Blenheim Palace. And why not to the American Civil War Museum if you happen to be in Virginia.
And Chartwell.
And Chartwell, yes. I have to do a plug for my own as well, of course. Thank you so much, everyone. We have a few minutes for Q&A. So does anyone have any questions for myself or any of the panelists? Yes. Ooh, if you could make the microphone, that'd be wonderful. Thank you.
My question is for Kate. There is now a Churchill garden adjacent to the Temple of Diana at Blenheim Palace, and I wonder if you could tell us about that as another aspect of the Churchill presentation at Blenheim.
Yes, so we established, it was nearly 3, maybe slightly longer years ago, a memorial garden for Churchill just beside the Temple of Diana, where he proposed to his wife. And we thought that that was the perfect location for it. So it is a beautiful trail that wanders through the garden and gives you all the significant dates in his life. So many of our visitors will perhaps not come into the palace and will only visit the gardens, and that gives them an opportunity to learn more about Churchill while they're strolling around the beautiful landscape as well. It's just a different way to engage different people.
And it's so subtly and sympathetically done. I think that's what the brilliant part is. If you had something that was really jarring to the context of those beautiful gardens, it would seem quite abrupt, but it's so well done. And like I say, you almost don't realise through osmosis that you're gaining this chronology of the life of Winston Churchill. So I do think that's been brilliantly done.
Thank you.
Any other questions at all? Justin?
Hey, this question's for Rob. When you first came to the United States and were working at Westminster College, being a Brit, what surprised you when you were trying to broaden your audience, like you talked about, and diversify your audience in bringing Churchill to them? What surprised you being a Brit and working in an American audience?
Justin, I think what surprised me was amongst those connected with Westminster College and the Churchill Museum was the passion for Churchill. And it became apparent too that Churchill was more respected and more widely known than I'd imagined, and beyond the Westminster constituency and the constituency of what became the National Churchill Museum. Also, however, that, and this in part informed some of the decisions about that permanent exhibition that we put in, most of that admiration in the popular mind was Churchill in World War II, of course, of necessity, and a little bit about Churchill, the Cold War leader, but World War II was the centerpiece, of course. What we had hoped to do, and what I think we did, was indicate that individual who steps up, as I said, on May 10th, 1940, to become the voice and the inspiration of resistance to Nazi Germany, that individual came from somewhere, and he was the sum of successes and failures that ran all the way back to the end of the 19th century. And Churchill's fingerprints, to a greater or lesser extent, were apparent on so many of the large events of the first half of the 20th century. And so telling that story to Americans who were receptive to knowing more of Churchill, to understand how he became Churchill, for want of a better term, was both very rewarding, but that was the piece. Churchill was known, but the fuller story had yet to be told, I think.
Thank you very much, Rob. Another question.
I wonder what the panelists would say about the phenomenal escalation in the value of Churchill paintings in the last couple of years, to the point where he's probably the most highly valued non-professional artist perhaps ever. And if you have any thoughts about what that says about Churchill, what that says about the contemporary art world, or both of those things.
Xavier, I think maybe you start with that one.
No, it's a really interesting question, and it's not what's spurring me on to think about an exhibition. I don't like to attach values to paintings, but it is extraordinary to see these works of art being sold for big amounts. I mean, it has to be said that the ones that really reach high amounts have got a fantastic biography. They've either belonged to somebody very important, or they've recent discoveries, and they're some of his very best. So there's definitely, in terms of quality, it makes sense that the price attached to them is so high. What I think is interesting, and you know, you get the art purists who will say, well, this is an amateur painter. Why are the prices so inflated? And is it to do with the fact that it's Churchill rather than the work of art? And is it to do with memorabilia, the idea of collecting cigar boxes? And is it to be categorized there? I don't think so. I think it's a true sort of, there's something about his works of art that are very instinctive, and the ones I particularly love are the ones that he left alone. He didn't overpaint. And I think there's something, the creative side of Churchill coming out. We all know his great speeches, his writings, but to see it visualized, it's such a great way to not only document him as a person, the places he visited, but also there's incredibly vibrant colors. And if I did have £10 million, I would probably bid a big price for, you know, Cap d'Aille, a view of Cap d'Aille, let's say, because they are incredibly pleasing pictures, and pictures you can live with. They're not just investments, I would say. So I haven't spoken to anybody who's actually acquired one yet on that scale, but I look forward to understanding why they bought it. I don't know if, Katherine, you've had contact.
I haven't bought one, no.
But contact with a high-end collector such as the most recent ones.
Well, do you know, I was going to say, actually, I think beyond value, what's really interesting about Churchill's paintings is that they are a visual form of diary. That's the way I often introduce them to people at Chartwell. Because at Chartwell, particularly in the studio, it can become almost like white noise because there's so many. But if you break it down and you think of each one as his equivalent of a page of a diary, it's the places he's going, it's the people he's seeing, it's the views that inspire his brush, and in the very brightest colours he can possibly paint. And then you get not only an insight into the goings-on of his life, but his mindset and how much he needed painting and what those colours and the time spent painting brought into his life. I think that is a huge part of the story of Churchill as an artist as well. So I think that there's possibly a greater awareness of that is adding to interest. So, Kate, do you have any thoughts at all?
Obviously, from our point of view, a lot of the paintings in our collection have increased in value, and that, from an insurance point of view, that's always an issue because it does make our insurers nervous. But we obviously at Blenheim feel very fortunate to have some of his paintings, and have had the generosity of a number of members of the family lend us some as well. And they are beautiful works that inspire many people, and it's amazing how many of our visitors come in and aren't really aware of that aspect of his personality and how prolific he was, and they really engage with it and seem to really enjoy viewing his work. So I think we should share it with as many people as possible.
I think we have one more question. Yes.
This question is from Eugene online. He says, how might Chartwell and Blenheim collaborate more closely to make the whole experience greater than the sum of the Churchill-Marlborough parts? Not to put you on, on...
That's a really good question. And in fact, we're hoping to having a meeting in a couple of weeks' time, aren't we? In fact, we were meant to have one the other week, and we had to postpone, sadly. So there's an element of watch this space. But I think you're absolutely right that organisations that tell the stories of Winston Churchill's life can only be strengthened by working together. And so that's certainly something that I definitely want to do. And, it's not a zero-sum game. Each organisation brings something different to the story of Winston Churchill. So Blenheim, of course, you have Birthplace, you have Proposal to Clementine, you have Where He Was Laid to Rest, those, these really major milestones and moments in his life, whereas Chartwell, you get the everyday, you get 40 years worth of it being his beloved home and his family life. So I think that, yes, we can only strengthen each other as organisations by working together.
I agree.
There you go, you've got it on the record. So I think with that, we're going to wrap up the questions. Thank you so much, everyone, for listening. It's been an absolute pleasure to speak to Rob and Xavier and Kate. And once again, if you could join me in thanking our panellists again. And it is with great pleasure that I'm able to introduce a video from an organisation that the International Churchill Society works very closely with, the English Speaking Union. Thank you.
Here we are outside the Mother of Parliaments, and I've just heard Taunton Academy, although they're no longer Taunton Academy as they're year 12s now and they've left, but they've come back in their old school uniform and they've just given their fantastic grand final winning presentation from this year's ESU Churchill competition. And I want to say anyway to Ella, to Chris, to Alexia, fantastic, well done. So just a few questions for you as we're here. How do you think, how has the competition changed you? Have you learnt some new skills? Any benefits at all for turning up and doing this?
Definitely. I think it has massively improved my confidence, and I think it's actually helped me to work under pressure, because obviously being a chairperson you have to kind of come up with things on the spot in front of a large audience, and that's really helped me to kind of be able to do some quick thinking, use my brain.
Great. And how about you, Chris? You also have to ask the questions and be quite quick on your feet and quick in your brain. Any thoughts about that?
Yeah, I agree with Ella on the fact that it helps you kind of think on the spot. Before I did this, I felt like I had to plan everything I said, and I think I've become a lot better in just speaking my mind. And I think it's helped me grow my confidence. I wasn't a very confident person before this, but I hope it's really grow into myself.
Yeah. And how about you, Alex? You were the main speaker, speaking on social media and hate speech and everything. Tell us a bit about what it's been like for you.
Well, as Chris and Ella mentioned, definitely confidence. I did a lot of drama work before, but this has definitely improved my confidence even more. It's also quick thinking. Answering questions on the spot used to be a huge fear of mine, but now definitely less nerves and just overall more confidence. It's definitely helped to improve my writing skills, like essays. Definitely helped me in English. I was able to go up a few grades.
It's funny how, speaking and listening makes you
in all your subjects.
Structure, that sort of thing. Yeah, okay.
It's also really helped me to actually approach new people. And there's nothing to be embarrassed about, because you won't know how you find it until you try it. And sometimes people kind of have this image in their head that public speaking is really big, really scary. But actually, when you do it, it's really enjoyable and it feels kind of really empowering. I was about to say that.
There's people watching out there who've never done it. There'll be teachers who've never done it, worried that their students are going to get humiliated if they do it for the first time. There's students going, I could never do that, but I quite like to. Any advice to new schools?
I'd say if you get the opportunity to do it, you should absolutely go for it. Seize the moment. And it's not embarrassing at all. This is a way to kind of further yourself and help yourself get better at something.
Meet new people, grow your confidence, and definitely it's not embarrassing. In the beginning I was getting condemn and condone mixed up. I by mistake said that I condone terrorism, and look where I am.
We started this as going to a school nearby and just speaking to like-minded people, and the amount of opportunities it's given us. Not only have I became much closer to these two because we've had to travel together and speak to various people. I mean, we started in an English classroom and now we're outside the House of Lords and we just did a presentation there and they gave us free food. I really feel like even if you're not the most confident person, it's not about confidence, it's about conveying your point of view. So even if you aren't the person who raises your hand every time, it's a really great opportunity and it leads to so many things.
This is Kat Lamb, who's the teacher who actually was in this competition a few years before, and now she's teaching and she's the trainer. Kat, tell us a bit about what you think it's done for these guys, because you've trained lots of students, you've seen them change. What would you say?
I think fundamentally they've already mentioned how it has helped their confidence, but I think what's been really nice, and it was really summed up by Chris, talking about growing into yourself and finding that self-confidence. And I think that's probably one of the most important things that I think this competition provides for students, is that understanding of their own value and finding their own voices. And I think those skills are absolutely imperative for them to navigate the wider world and also to put themselves in a position of self-advocacy.
Thank you. And John Eddy is the head of Taunton Academy. We now find that the students, now they've left the school, have admitted he's known as the Jedi. So Jedi Master, please tell us, how do you feel that the competition which your staff and your students do, how do you feel it's impacting on the school and on Oracy in your curriculum?
I couldn't be prouder of what they've achieved all the way through and the hard work of Kat. But I just think it sets a very high standard, aspirational for younger students who can see success and see how well they represent the school, and others want to participate, and that's something we're looking forward to with students and teams far fewer lower down the school.
Thank you very, very much. Have a great journey home.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed the break. I wanted to thank my co-presenter, Katherine Carter, for that great session on the art of preserving and presenting history. I hope this session has inspired you to visit Blenheim, Chartwell, the American Civil War Museum, and the Wallace Collection. Exhibitions are certainly one way of taking history to a mass audience, but another is through television and the internet. Winston Churchill was always interested in harnessing the potential of new technology. In his lifetime, he embraced radio and film as forms of entertainment and methods of broadcasting far and wide, and lived to see the dawning of the television age, as well as the first computer prototypes at Bletchley Park. It is interesting to speculate that, had he been alive today, his multi-volume histories of the First and Second World Wars might have quickly become television series. Our next presenter has embraced the power and potential of television and the internet as tools to share remarkable episodes in history, especially with those who may not realize how relevant history can be to their daily lives. Dan Snow comes from a long line of historians, politicians, and presenters. His great-great-grandfather was David Lloyd George, British Prime Minister and Churchill's colleague. Since first appearing on the airwaves in 2002, Dan has become a go-to presenter for major historical documentaries, many of them on military history. As a master of the podcast and regular on the History Festival circuit, he's also the driving force behind History Hit TV, an online channel for history fans with whom we are delighted to be partnering today. Dan will be taking questions from the audience at the end of his talk, so if you're watching online, please use the online Q&A function to send us your questions, and we'll try to get to as many as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, Dan Snow.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, I am David Lloyd George's great-grandson. He's my mum's dad. Cue lots of jokes about being descended from David Lloyd George. But, and really I'm in the enemy camp here because I often think that we have space in the public consciousness for one great example of every sort of a leader. You have sort of a scientist, a writer, a leader, a playwright, Shakespeare, for example. And I think people often ask me why Churchill looms so large in terms of wartime leaders in British history. And I think it's, A, because of his sort of gigantic presence in our history, the extraordinary nature of his contribution. He was everywhere. The whole of the 20th century, he's got his fingerprints all over them. His ability to write that, to shape his own narrative. So he was brilliant at telling us what he wanted us to think about him. But also, I think it's a product of the fact that most people, unlike probably us in this room, certainly unlike me, don't have a huge amount of brain space to deal with various wartime prime ministers and secretaries of state. And whereas I'm sure many of us have got a sort of top 5, top 10 wartime prime ministers, we're thinking, well, I mean, William Pitt the older, actually a decent secretary of state, not a great prime minister. Pitt the younger, probably better. Palmerston, maybe Lloyd George. Most people just go, okay, Churchill, and he obscures the rest. It's sort of an eclipse, in the same way that Nelson may eclipse other 18th century admirals, tragically. Because actually, well, let's not get into 18th century admirals, but anyway, there were, and for example, you know, a Montgomery or a Wellington can obscure British generals further back. So I do think when I ponder why everyone today has forgotten my ancestor, for many people in this room's far more famous ancestor, even though Lloyd George made an extraordinary contribution to the greatest war at that point Britain ever fought. He also shaped the world in the Versailles Treaty, the Paris treaties that followed the war, and the other treaties, and yet he's largely forgotten today. And I like to explore why that is. Now that was an unintended introduction, just made me think because of your kind introduction. It reminded me of my ancestor, and I think that is it does lead me to talk about making history because it's the way in which we make history, the way in which we broadcast history, the way in which we write history, listen to history now, watch it online, watch it on TikToks, is of course how we shape the popular imagination, popular concept of history itself. What is remembered, what is forgotten? I had a very strange childhood. I had a very traditional childhood, really. I grew up in the 1980s, rather eccentrically, reading books in my grandma's house, G.A. Henty books, some daring-do 19th century imperial then heroes, now often regarded in a different way. And so I had this I think unusually for my generation, I was plugged in. I had access to these kind of remarkable, these episodes in British history that school children 2 or 3 generations above me would have been so familiar with. General Wolfe climbing the heights of Abraham. And these are stories that influenced Churchill himself. We know that. He was fascinated by it in the late 19th century. Clive of India, Wolfe of Quebec. These heroes, these men usually that had played these, like Francis Drake, these extraordinary parts in this kind of quite Whiggish version of history, a version of history that saw a kind of English-British story as going from a peripheral European state to kind of a global hegemon, thanks in part to the daring do, to the brilliant exploits of these individuals, celebrated in these books, celebrated in the culture, and interestingly, largely forgotten now, remarkably. I bet you most people, if they have heard about them now, would hear about them purely in a kind of negative sense, arguments around statues or unfortunate involvement with things like the trade in enslaved Africans of the 17th and 18th centuries. So making history is what every generation does. We're constantly in dialogue with our history. We're choosing bits to remember. We're choosing characters to focus on. We're, of course, doing that very obviously in schools where a curriculum is set, where we are partly, in universities, we're perhaps slightly more responding to what students are asking for. I understand that my history course at Oxford that I went on, when I was there, it was still very interested in the great European empires. Now, it's very few people study that. The young students want to study Ottoman Turkey. They're fascinated by Chinese history, fascinated by the trans-Eurasian links that you see with the development of a great Mongol empire, for example, the caliphates of the late antique and medieval periods. Those things are what students want to study. And so I've seen that in my career because I have quite a direct connection with what the audience wants. In that nowadays with the internet, you know about everything. I know exactly what does well and what doesn't do well. I get daily updates. I'm now besieged. There's now an avalanche of statistics that I wake up to every morning. I have to sleep with my phone downstairs, or I wake up at 5 in the morning to check which posts about Churchill have done well, or which, so I actually am now receiving. I've got quite a lot of data about what people are interested in and where they're interested in and what age they are and what gender they are and all that kind of stuff. And my career began in a very different way. It began in a way that was, until that point, considered very normal. Television was a very dominant medium. There were only 4 or 5 channels in most households in the UK when I began on television, very early part of this century. And it was very straightforward. There'd be someone at the BBC who would go, well, I'm very interested in X. Find me someone to make a program about that. And so you get a phone call, hallelujah, very exciting, you get a phone call about that, and you go and work on it. And it was always very awkward because I would get these calls, wonderful moments, like Chartwell or an archive ringing me up saying, very exciting, we just discovered this, or we just opened this new exhibition, doing this. Do you think you can do a program on it? Because, of course, on TV, I look like some all-conquering, it's all in my gift. And I'd go, yeah, I'll see what I can do. And I'd go to the BBC, I'd beat a trail to the top floor, the 6th floor. I'd say, look, it's really interesting. Chartwell have just, uncovered this thing about, and they'd look at me like I was something the cat had dragged in. And it was very difficult to get history commissioned. It was a massive struggle. In the same way, you might be able to, there were other gatekeepers. You might go to the Telegraph and see if you get a feature written there, Daily Mail, or perhaps Radio 4. But there were far fewer. But the internet had happened, was a thing that had happened. And I'm not claiming that I was some young millennial digital native, but I was young enough to know the internet was happening and my friends were looking at things on the internet. And so I was in my early 20s thinking, this feels a bit odd. We're making these BBC programs, at the Battle of Hastings, for example, the anniversary coming up next week. We'd make a program at Hastings, we'd take 6 months to make the program. It would go on television once, and then it would never be seen again, unless it might be repeated, and it may, years later, be released on VHS or DVD or something like that for people to buy. And my program, actually, on Hastings, I'm slightly scarred by this, it went out on Friday night at 9 o'clock. Really good slot to get young people interested in history when they're like, Dan's young. But young people might watch this show. And I'm like, well, let's hope so. My goodness, that'd be great, wouldn't it? 9 o'clock Friday night. That's when all the 20-somethings are going to be at home watching history. Anyway, and this particular 9 o'clock Friday night was also the opening ceremony of the Athens Olympic Games in August. I mean, you couldn't make it up. And so the following day, I walked past the newsagent and saw a headline in a newspaper going, Athens Olympic ceremony, largest television event in the history of the world. And I was like, anyone know what was on BBC Two when that was going on? Horrific. And that's, we've all got these sob stories, folks. But that's the wonderful way in which Churchill's life sums up so brilliantly, these wonderful moments of opportunity and luck and failure and disaster. And that, my friends, was a catastrophic failure, I have to say. But it was one that like Churchill, I heeded Churchill's advice. I kept going. Just keep, and that, I think Churchill, of the many of his many quotes that we're so fond of sharing and talking about and thinking about, I think his advice on just bloody-minded obstinacy is something that has spoken very true in my life. As you crash from failure and disappointment to failure and disappointment, you make this beautiful program. You make history on the Battle of Hastings. Absolutely nobody watches it at all. And you then have to sort of square your shoulders and walk into that next meeting and say, next time, I'm going to deliver. And you see Churchill again and again doing that through his career. Buffeted by factors outside his control, and yet always, and yet bringing all those remarkable strengths, skills, foibles, eccentricities that we all have, and eventually, of course, the circumstances will fit, and we will all, I hope, have our summer of 1940 at some stage in our lives. I'm still waiting, personally. But and so then I realised, but I was doing this program at Hastings. Let's take the Hastings example. I thought to myself, I don't think I've made this history program. I'm not sure. This is why it's going out once. The place you want to see this program is actually on the field of Hastings. You want to go down there, and people have got these things in their pockets now, called these like phones. They've got little videos, some of these phones, and you want to be in position and go, hang on, okay, well, all right, okay, the Normans came up here, Shield Wall was here, the Bretons, if you believe Norman propaganda, the Bretons flowed down the hill there. Harold's men followed them. Was it a fake retreat? Was it not? Who knows? They were cut down. Two brothers. The place that you want to really interact with that, not sitting on your sofa on a Friday night, 9 o'clock, but is actually possibly on the battlefield. And wouldn't it be fun to try and transport this material to the battlefield? In the same way, once the internet enabled, wouldn't it be fun to try and reach out to people? Bypass these broadcasters. The BBC, the other thing you'd do is you'd make a history program, you'd send it in to Nat Geo or the BBC or Sky or whoever you're working for, and someone in the building would decide it was a bit boring, and they didn't particularly, they thought Montgomery was more interesting than General Slim or something. General Slim would go. There we go. So there we go. So famously, Sheila Hancock once was on a program that I was on, and asked the editor she didn't think the clash in North Atlantic against Bismarck was particularly important, so she asked, Sheila Hancock was in the green room. I have no idea why. She said, I think that script slightly overstates the importance of the Bismarck clash in 1941. And so I got this script back through, and someone said, well, Sheila Hancock decided it was. I was like, have I gone mad? So the great thing was, so rather than this great bureaucracy churning out these programs, what the last 15, 20 years have showed is that people all around the world, the kids these days, they love watching this YouTube and they're watching videos on Facebook. The downside, folks, of having no gatekeepers is you get lots of mad anti-vax propaganda and all this kind of madness, and you get sort of, genocides in Myanmar, which is obviously shocking. It's obviously, but we're coming to terms with how to deal with this monster we've created. But the upside of it is that we are able, someone like me or anyone in this room is able to start just broadcasting, go along to the Churchill archives, choose the 10 most extraordinary documents, and start just broadcasting that. And you will find an audience that are interested in that. It turns out that we were too timid about what the audience are interested in. And I was going around going, I think, this wonderful opportunity has presented itself. There's a Spitfire buried in a bog in Donegal. And he goes to people, and because it's a bog, it's in anaerobic conditions. This Spitfire is one of the best preserved flown by an American who got in deep trouble with the Americans for volunteering to fly with the RAF before the Americans entered the war. He's called Bud Wolfe. He had engine failure coming back over Donegal. He just failed to make it to Northern Ireland. He crashed in Donegal. He bailed out, his boots got ripped off, he landed barefoot in Donegal on a Sunday afternoon, and his plane plopped into a bog. It was so boggy they couldn't recover it. So it was all down there, anaerobic conditions. I was assured by the aircraft archaeologists it would be the best Spitfire ever recovered from the war, albeit one that hadn't been involved, it crashed into the ground terminal velocity, so I mean it wasn't ready to fly, but it would be incredibly well preserved. I went to BBC, and you would not believe the effort that was required to convince the BBC to make this programme. And in the end, it was a 10-minute sequence of another programme about various other things. And there was not a confidence there, because, to be fair, broadcasters have a very wide remit. There are many people, bizarrely, to whom a perfectly preserved Spitfire wreck in a bog in Donegal from 1941 is not ideal evening viewing. I've never met them, but there are people out there apparently who feel like that. And so we sort of got it into a programme. We went and dug it up. And it became a kind of global media moment, because obviously it was very exciting. It was actually a great fun story, which I'll quickly, this is off message, but anyway, Bud Wolfe got interned by the Irish, sent to Dublin, because Ireland's a neutral state, sent to Dublin to the Curragh camp, which was a former British Army camp outside Dublin, where he was interned with loads of Italians, Norwegians, seafarers, usually in shipwrecks, rescued, washed up in Ireland, a couple of airmen, people who ended up in Ireland, all combatant nations were interned. They had a lovely time. The Italians, Germans played football against the Brits. They were going to survive the war, stepping out with local ladies, having a lovely war. Bud Wolfe, though, it wasn't for him, so he escaped. And by escaped, I mean he opened a small picket gate in front of his rather nice Nissen hut, got on a tram to Dublin and took a train to Belfast. At which point, amazingly, the British military authorities sent him back to Dublin, which tells you how bad it all was going in 1941. They did not want to risk upsetting the Irish. They wanted to just go, look, Ireland's neutral, we need to respect that. The last thing we need is any suggestion that push Ireland any further towards the Axis powers in 1941. And so he was sent, to his absolute horror, he was sent back to Dublin. America entered the war, and the USA was slightly more robust about getting its people out of Dublin. He ended up flying for the US Air Force for the rest of the war, and in fact in Korea, and I think in Vietnam as well. Extraordinary, amazing character. So anyway, we dug up this aircraft, and Twitter was in its infancy, so I'd put the odd picture on. And we had suddenly the sort of Sydney Morning Herald was getting in touch, ringing us up, saying, "Can we have a picture of this?" And we had this sort of moment, but of course I had a rusty old mobile phone. We were trying to run this international media event from this field in Donegal with a phone and one bar of signal. And then we sort of went to BBC and said, "Look, we got this amazing thing," and they were like, "I mean, great." And it went, and they then edited it, and it, well, we'll broadcast it at some stage in the future. A year later, it goes out, and they change the title of the programme. So everyone, and to this day, everyone goes, "Whatever happened to that Spitfire thing that you were doing?" I was like, "No, it actually went in a programme called Northern Ireland's War," or something. Rather than the amazing story of the Spitfire that came out of the bog, it went into a separate programme. And so on that day, I said to myself, "This is madness." And so I decided I was going to make. It's so arrogant to say making history. I'm obviously not making history in a kind of Churchillian sense, but I'm sort of shaping how history is broadcast. And so I said, I am going to take advantage of this extraordinary revolution that we're going through. I am going to go and film things, not for the general audience of Discovery Channel and Nat Geo, and where the great panic is. I've been in these meetings where you're panicking all the time that someone's going to turn it off because they're just bored. I'm going to go and make programs for people that absolutely bloody love history, because I'm convinced enough of them out there. Look at the data. More people go to history and heritage sites every weekend, museums, galleries, battlefields. More people go every weekend than go to football matches. We are told, I am told, consider history is a bit of a niche, isn't it? I go, well, it might be a niche. It's a fairly big niche. If you look at publishing, go to a bookshop, history books bulging off the bestseller lists. You look at movies, great history movies all over the place. I mean, Game of Thrones was history adjacent. But, TV show, everyone does these huge new TV shows being commissioned about great moments of history. And it turns out that history has a giant following. When you trust the audience, when you realize you take advantage of the internet, you go, well, actually, maybe it's maybe it doesn't have a sort of, maybe there's enough people around the world that collectively do have a big audience. That's what we did. So I have a podcast now that goes out to over 1 million people a week, in which we revel in being history geeks. The more detailed and geeky, the better. We want to discuss ship design in the 17th century, how the change from clinker-built ships to Carvel-built ships allowed European ships, Portuguese and English, to sail further than before, survive greater storms in the North Atlantic, etc. That's what I'm talking about. So my career has completely inverted since I started. And so the internet, for all the negativity we all hear about it, and I share that, and as you know, particularly with young children, all the concerns that we all have. But at its best, it's the most extraordinary way of communicating, in my case, history, with a gigantic global audience who are obsessed. I mean, I've got to the point now where I have a TV channel, it's called History Hit. It's basically like a Netflix for history, just history documentaries, and you can watch it around the world and subscribe. Our most watched program at the moment is a German war diary from the Second World War, Operation Barbarossa, which I'll be honest, I watched it and thought, this is pretty heavy going. It turns out it's our most watched program ever. So there's an audience out there that feel they're underserved, who are desperate to access history. They have, and when I meet them in the flesh, I'm very impressed. They are people from all walks of life. They often haven't been lucky enough to study at great universities. They are desperate to engage with primary sources. They're desperate to hear from academics. They're desperate to hear nuance. They're desperate to get into a debate, to move beyond the kind of clean-cut précis of things, to hear complexity. And I'm relearning almost everything that I learned at the start of my career, which was you're doing a history program, but everyone thinks it's a bit boring. Just try and make it as lively as you can. That was the sense of what I was sort of told when I started out making history. And now there is an embrace of super fans. And so the future for history is very bright. The future for people like us in this room who are fascinated by, I mean, you're clearly fascinated by Churchill, but I suspect that your interest in history doesn't stop there. We can all now access that in completely different ways. And so, for example, I went to Blenheim the other day. We took a walk round the Churchill connections at Blenheim. Sorry, well, there's plenty of Churchill connections in Blenheim. We looked at Winston's connection with Blenheim. There's slightly interesting timing of his birth and whether he was premature or something else had been going on. So, for example, we were able to explore that with the curators there. We were able to go into enormous depth. We were able to talk about the history of that house. But we were also able, while we were there, to make completely different programs. We killed two birds with one stone about the first Duke, about the building of Blenheim, about that extraordinary story. And so because there is no upper limit, the great thing is I feel I've got a connection now with this global audience who love history. And the only sense check is do I think this is interesting? If I think it's interesting, I'm confident that my fellow travelers around the world are going to think it's interesting too. And so what is also fascinating is we've definitely discovered quite a lot. I mentioned I have this avalanche of data now. We're discovering things that were thought not to be true. We're discovering that actually people's interest in history stretches way beyond the Second World War. There was a perception in schools, for example, at GCSE level here in the UK, which is a kind of high school-ish leaving certificate. There was a perception, actually, the 20th century history, the Nazis, Stalin, Second World War, was really all that people were interested in. There's a sense of that in the publishing trade. And actually, we've discovered that that's not true at all. The medieval period for us, it does better than the Second World War. It does, which I'm very surprised about. Particularly surprised in the visual format, because Second World War, you've actually got moving archive. You know, you've got the voices of these people. You've got Churchill's astonishing broadcasts, albeit they were recorded slightly later after the war, many of them. But you've got maybe the most famous ones. So I've always assumed that 20th century history would predominate, would be because it's more accessible. It's so fascinating. I mean, let's take the summer of 1940. Let's take May 1940. The fact that you can go to Downing Street, you can go to the war rooms, you can look at minutes of these meetings, you can look at Jock Colville's report, you can see moving images of what was going on. For me, that's so compelling, what extraordinary thing that is. You can interview people that were there. And yet, to our audience, History Hits audience, they seem to find just as compelling is accounts of which we lack sources. We have a catastrophic lack of sources for much of the Middle Ages, well, certainly compared to the 20th century. We don't have the access to those things. And yet that is still something that people find incredibly compelling, incredibly exciting. So it's good news for those of us that love history in the roundest sense. I guess I'd say one thing before I ask for questions, because I'd like you to know where you'd like me to go, really. But the final thing is actually on this issue of primary testimony. I was talking to some of the organisers outside earlier. I understand lots of you last night met a wonderful Bomber Command veteran. And one of the great joys of my job is interviewing and preserving. So to come to the final aspect of making history, if I have made history, the thing I'm proudest of is creating a mini archive of extraordinary people telling their story on camera. And I've been lucky enough now to interview hundreds of Second World War veterans, Vietnam veterans. I've interviewed women, survivors of genocide in Rwanda and Congo who've shared some of their experiences with me. And I can say that's the sort of most satisfying, most remarkable thing that I've been able to do. Particularly, you realize the importance of it as I get older, and some of the people I was able to interview when I was younger are no longer with us. And you realize the moment they pass away, you realize there's that extraordinary break, and you find yourself thinking, as we all do, why didn't I interview my grandpa in more detail? We all maybe had a little bit of video or a little bit of audio. I wish I'd sat down with him and asked about the Battle of the Atlantic. And so there's that absolute discontinuity when we lose a member of that generation, or any generation, of course. And so I am so fascinated by the idea that we still don't know where this mad journey ends. It's too early to say, the famous Chinese expression about the French Revolution. It's too soon to tell. About 120 years ago or so, a bit more, they invented a way of preserving voice, and then shortly after, moving images of people. And as a result, we are coming to something like, will our children, will our grandchildren have a more real connection with the First World War, for example, than we do with the Battle of Waterloo? You know, the intensity of the Napoleonic War, the loss of Napoleon's gigantic army in Russia, is almost as awful, but in different ways, as awful as anything that happened on the battlefields of the Western Front. And yet, to us, few of us can get really emotional about it, I think, now. Oil paintings and flowery descriptions of that winter retreat only really get the juices flowing for those who truly immerse themselves in it. And what I'm fascinated by is this revolution that's gone on with first capturing images and voice, secondly, the fact we can now digitize it and access it any time. So school kids go, oh, do you want to hear what Harry Patch experienced in Passchendaele today? Boom, press go, and suddenly in a classroom you'll listen to Harry Patch talking about being wounded at Passchendaele. It's that simple. And I wonder whether, I still don't know, whether those historical events will fade, just as Waterloo and the retreat from Moscow faded, or whether this is the start of a very new way of interacting with our history. If we had Lloyd George's, coming back to where I started, absolutely barnstorming speech on the outbreak of war, ladies and gentlemen, right up there with the great wartime oratory of certain other prime ministers, if we had that, which we don't have, would we find that as compelling as Churchill's extraordinary speech in 1940? If we had Chatham's speech in the House of Lords, where he begged the government not to antagonize the American colonists, the rebels in America, and collapsed in the House of Lords, if we had that speech, if we had moving images of that speech, would that history seem more vivid to us? And the answer is, we don't know yet. We're involved in the most remarkable experiment, like so much of human history, like our contemporary world. We started something, and we have no idea where it finishes. So it comes back to this idea of preserving the past, and of disseminating that to a global population at the click of a button. And so it's a very, very exciting time to be making history. Thank you very much. If you've got any questions, oh, sorry, yes, here we go. get our MC back on the stage.
Thank you so much, Dan. That was truly inspirational and a great taster for History Hit TV, which I have enjoyed immensely over the last few years. So thank you so much for all of your wonderful productions. And I especially appreciated your nod to G.A. Henty right now. I've read a fair few of those myself while doing research for my senior thesis about British prisoner of war escape narratives and their origins in some early Victorian adventure fiction. So thank you very much. So we are going to now open it up for questions. So as ever, please wait for the microphone to reach you. And we'll also take questions from the audience. So please use the Q&A function for those of you online. And I might start here with a moderator's prerogative and ask you a question. We live in a world right now where STEM is obviously incredibly important, where there are urgent solutions that people need that come from the STEM fields, not least to respond to COVID. How do you convince people that history is similarly urgent and it's something that we need to talk about and to explore when there are much, it seems to people, more urgent needs to study other fields?
Right, you've triggered me. You've triggered me. I, of course, I'm the first person. STEM, clearly amazingly important, but we do down the humanities to our detriment. And I have been really struck recently with a few scholars and books I've talked to. We had a huge book by Mary Fulbrook on the Holocaust. We had a huge important work by Richard Overy on the outbreak of on the Second World War in its truly global sense, and how actually the roots of the Second World War go through the First War right back to the age of imperialism in the late 19th century. And what has been so compelling about these books in particular, and these conversations I've had with the people, is the importance of ideas. We are not the product of these amazing machines that we're inventing. We're not, our behaviors and our political views are not simply being shaped in a kind of Marxist way by this big economic story that we're all being swept up in. I think it's easy to think we are. We think and act the way we do because of ideas, because of the things that we are told, the music that we're listening to, the movies that we're watching, the speeches given. Yes, we do sometimes still listen to politicians. And I've been so struck by Richard Overy, for example, because he thinks basically the Second World War happened because of evangelists for empire, who said, look, it's a really good idea that we conquer. It did not necessarily happen because obviously there was there is an economic motive, and there is the desire to acquire natural resources but actually he identifies the poets, the writers, the spin doctors for empire, and Mary does the same with the Holocaust, and so that's one reason why we need to keep an eye on our culture. And the people that are setting that narrative, bless them, are not the wonderful scientists who are producing vaccines, but it's the boisterous, noisy, talkative, brilliant, right? It's the Churchills around the world, the scholars and the artists and the thinkers, and that's hugely important. Secondly, although I love STEM, again, the work that Mary's doing to talk about the past. If you go into detail, she talks about how we came to murder millions and millions of our fellow citizens in the lifetime of my own father, in the very recent history of this continent, why we chose to, not all of us, but many of us in Europe, too many of us, went along with a project to murder millions and millions of people. And it was the ideas that got us there, but she is taking names. she is creating a template. She's creating an archive that we can go to, and where we are writing down those mistakes, and maybe we might just pay attention to it and read those things and be less likely to do things like that in the future. And lastly, the reason we should pay attention. Oh, sorry, no, I've got several other reasons. One is because humanity is also fun. They make us laugh, and they're good. They're good for us. And if you look at what Steve Jobs studied at university, it wasn't IT. If you look at what the great creators, many of the great visionaries, what they go to, in fact, they're not all just doing management. Nothing wrong with management courses, but they're doing courses on calligraphy. They're sitting around reading books about Eastern philosophy. They're sitting around reading about Winston Churchill. So it's good for us, and we shouldn't be ashamed of that. It's great that we can do both. We can chew gum and we can walk at the same time. And lastly, there is a fake news pandemic in the world at the moment. People do not believe things. People do not understand where to go for reliable facts. And what historians do is provide facts, often inconvenient, often contradictory, but they provide facts. And if people go, we've got this major problem about fake news. I don't know what we do. Should we have a course at school called media literacy? I go, you could do that, or you could do a course at school which analyzes sources and teaches you to be suspicious of things that you're told, to weigh up the bias of people that are writing or making programs or podcasts or telling you things, to analyze things that have happened in the past. Now there might be different accounts of how they came to be. You could just reinvest into that subject, and that subject's called history. Giving people a historical mindset is allowing them to analyze information that are given in a mature way. And so I believe that history also, study of history, study of humanities, could inoculate us against the pandemic of fake news that we're facing. Sorry to go on about that.
Very well said. Thank you. All right, we have a question. If you have the microphone.
This is quite related, actually, to what you were just saying. But to start off with, I'm a big fan of your documentaries and things. But a few days ago, I came across a tweet that you did last year. I work at Policy Exchange on the History Matters unit, and you wrote about it. How can any historian sign up to this inchoate shambles? Are they suggesting that if, in the course of archival research, they find out something that runs counter to a popular version of history, they will self-censor? And just in reply to that question, that's not at all what we're saying. It's more, just to set the record straight, it's about when history is presented in an incorrect way, in a non-factual way, that's something that needs to be rectified. And just to give an example, earlier this year I was very lucky to co-author with Andrew Roberts a response to Churchill College's it wasn't just critical, it was very historically inaccurate in so many places. And we just went through and provided a very objective analysis of that. And so we don't argue that history shouldn't be critically analysed, but wouldn't you agree that historians have an important role to play in actually setting the record straight when there are very clear, when it's clearly going against what actually happened and when things aren't being factually represented?
Brilliant. Good. I agree. That's good. I think that's what we're all here to do. I suspect the internet, the nature of the internet, it defines gaps and then drives great wedges through those gaps and makes everyone very angry at each other. But no, we're on the same team. That's the plan. Anything else?
Yes, we have a question from online.
Yeah, excuse me, one moment. Multitasking over here, so give me 1 second. So this question is from Josh Greenberg, and this is for you, Dan. Thank you. He says, how do you keep the message of Churchill relevant and of interest to students of today in light of, quote, woke culture prevalent on college campuses, both in the US and UK?
Well, I'm not on any college campuses, so I'm always very bad. I don't really, I don't know about the prevailing atmosphere on college campuses, but what I do, clearly Churchill's, how do you keep him relevant? Obviously, he's relevant. Churchill, his finger, his whether it's the modern Middle East, whether it's the modern world, whether it's the writing of history itself, he's an astonishingly important figure to know about. I think maybe the thing we need to keep, I get confused with the Church thing is, are you kind of, is it it's like erecting statues, are you looking for heroes? Or are you studying the man, the career, the work? And it seems to me it's very easy to do, but that latter. It's also very easy to find heroic. His almost unique and clear-eyed understanding of the situation in the spring and summer of 1940 was deeply heroic. It's easy to find. David Lloyd George, sorry to come back, but who's a deeply flawed individual, like in every way. His upbringing, the way he's self-taught, the first person from a working class background to become Prime Minister of Britain, that has elements of heroic. That's a remarkable, inspiring story. I find it very easy to be able to find aspects of any character or life journey inspiring and interesting without having to suddenly go, but I'm now going to put this person on my mantelpiece and sort of do it, like subscribe to all their views on every single thing that they did. I find the whole debate so confusing, really. Clearly, you need to study Churchill. And I hope people saw. I actually don't know. I keep reading on Twitter that everyone, but I don't know if people saw. But I can't imagine they're not, because studying in the mid-20th century, if you're not studying Churchill, what are you doing? I mean, yeah.
We have a question on this side.
All right. We clearly need to introduce Dan to our journal, Finest Hour, because this is the current issue, and he will recognize, I think, the portrait of the gentleman on the table of contents page.
Oh, goodness me. Yep. There we go.
As it is David Lloyd George, and there's a feature article in there by a Lloyd George biographer, and the lead article is written by Kenneth O. Morgan, who did all of the entries about the Lloyd Georges in the Dictionary of National Biography. So we're not ignoring your family.
I'm sure not. This has turned into a huge... I'd never talk about David Lloyd George. It's very embarrassing. I think you triggered me earlier. But his relationship with Churchill is so fascinating, isn't it? I find that one of the great relationships of British political history.
Well, I think we might close out with one question about history as it relates to the future. So I often am asked about and think about, just in my day-to-day life, about how we're going to tell the stories of this time and future times as historians of the future. And I think people often feel very concerned that because we don't write letters, we don't write diaries to the extent that we used to, that we might not be able to tell history the way that we do now. However, what you were saying about the popularity of programs like the ancient and history of the Middle Ages and the medieval period, and how fascinating that is to people, and the different tools that you use to tell it when you don't have kind of live recordings of people speaking and film footage, and yet you're able to provide such rich documentary evidence and tell those stories. So thinking about the popularity of that content and the tools that you use to make those sorts of programs compared to the types of the sources that we think about in the 19th, 20th, and 21st century, how do you think about how we'll tell the stories from history of this time in the future going forward?
Well, I don't know, because of course we don't know. Are we living in a digital dark age? Are we going to lose everything? You know, if the Google server goes down in Iceland, have I lost all my children's photos and passed it? I mean, I don't know. It's a bizarre and worrying answer. Although I don't think there's much in my overflowing inbox of any particular interest of future historians. But I do, so I don't know the answer to that. We have a problem, don't we, of too much information now. I've got 30,000 pictures of me poncing about on my iPhone. I mean, that's too many for, it's more pictures than we have of and that's just one person. So I also think what's interesting is you're saying that, I'm so struck by, so we mentioned Wolfe. Churchill was obsessed with Wolfe. Now no one's heard of General Wolfe. The present finds people to be interested by in our past. The story of Shackleton, for example, is a very interesting one. Shackleton came back in the First World War. First War was raging. He'd done this remarkable journey of survival, effectively. No one paid any attention to him at the time, and actually he was rather an obscure figure. And then he was revived. He was like plucked. He was found. In the same way that we might have heard of a certain Secretary of the Treasury in the United States at the moment, who is, I believe, the subject of a popular musical. So, Alexander Hamilton, no one cared about him 5 years ago. And now my kids know all about his career, like it's bonkers. So I do know that what the future finds interesting about the present is not what we think it will be. And I suspect, I don't know, but I'll take a guess, they are going to, if we see how climate breakdown goes, they will be very interested in the people working who probably no one in this room has heard of, who are trying to mitigate that, or working on fuel cells, or working on solar panels, in the same way that we have just come into contact with these people working on these amazing new vaccines that we didn't even know existed 6 months ago, but who are now global figures. So I think the future, what they will do, goodness knows what they're going to use, what they will do is we cannot know today what bits of our present they're going to find important. Trump and Boris may be footnotes. They may be far more interested in engineers, scientists, cultural figures, or some character among us like an Oliver Cromwell, who is so anonymous until he emerges as or he or she emerges as great despot who we're yet to even know about. So we don't know.
Well, I'm afraid we've run out of time, but thank you so much, Dan, and all of the audience for your questions. Dan will be back in our next session along with our final keynote speaker of the day, Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's now time for a short break, and we're now going to show you a short video about the work of the International Churchill Society and how Winston Churchill continues to inspire today. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I would say to the House, as I have said to those who have joined this government, I have nothing to offer but blood, toil, tears, and sweat. We have before us an ordeal of the most grievous kind. We have before us many, many long months of struggle and of suffering.
The task which lies before us immediately is at once more practical, more simple, and more stern. I hope, indeed I pray, that we shall not be found unworthy of our victory if after toil and tribulation it is granted to us.
It was a nation and race dwelling all around the globe that held the lion heart. I had the luck to be called upon to give the roar.
Never give in, never give in, never, 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 in nothing great or small, large or petty, never give in, except to convictions of honour and good sense.
Let us go forward together.
Hello everyone again. If you're interested in the work of the International Churchill Society, then please visit the website www.winstonchurchill.org for a wealth of information and to see how you can join or support. So welcome to our final session of day one at the 38th International Churchill Conference, and I'm delighted to be joined once again by Dan Snow, as well as our keynote speaker today, the man who needs no introduction. We are going live to California with actor, philanthropist, and former governor of California. Please welcome Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Anyway, it's great to be here. Great to smoke my Churchill cigar. It's great to have Winston Churchill's bust right behind me over my shoulder.
Well, it's good to have you too, Governor.
And it's great to be here and to have one of my favorite books here by Boris Johnson about Churchill. So I'm surrounded by Churchill stuff, even though I'm not a historian or anything like that, but I became a big fan of his. So I want to say thank you to Katherine, thank you to Alan, and to Dan, and to Randolph for having me there and for doing such a great job. I've been watching you the last hour. It's really great and very stimulating and thought-provoking, all the stuff that you're talking about. And so it's great to be part of this today. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for agreeing to do it. You grew up in the shadow of defeat in the Second World War. You grew up in Austria. When did you come? When were you aware of Churchill? What did he mean to you and your community when you were a young man?
Well, you don't have to rub in the defeat. I mean, we all know that. You kind of underlined it. But okay, let me just tell you that I have fond memories of the Brits. And I became a fan of England, the British people at the age of 6, 7, 8, because we had the British trucks and the British tanks riding by and driving by our house when I grew up in Thal, right outside of Graz, my hometown. And I think that had an effect also on me eventually when I got to the military in Austria, to become a tank driver, because I was so impacted by these huge trucks and by these huge vehicles and tanks and all that stuff. And the British soldier would just have us kids come climb up on the tanks, and they would give us candies and cookies and stuff like that. And the funny thing about it was that always afterwards, when I went home and told my mother about it, I said, the guys were just giving us cookies and candies, and they're such nice men. And my mother just says, the British. And she would just spit. And so of course, at that point, I didn't know anything about politics or much about the war at all, even though it was just post-Second World War, and we were still occupied by the 4 Allied forces. But it became very clear later on, because I remember as I grew up, and it was now the 60s, and Churchill died. And my mother said, "Endlich ist tot, dieses Schwein." And so I said to myself, why is she so hostile? Why does she say, finally he's dead, that pig, and all that kind of stuff? So she was still kind of like from the Second World War brainwashed and all of that, and did not see this as kind of like the Allied forces and kind of like they're helping to rebuild again after Hitler and all that stuff. But the interesting thing about it was that I was really influenced by that. I became a big fan. So this is, of course, the next generation now. And I went to England, and I won the Mr. Universe contest in London with the age of 20, and I became a big fan of England. I said, they were these great guys when I was this kid, and soldiers that gave us food and all this stuff, and candies. And now, I'm winning here my Mr. Universe contest in London. England is becoming kind of the springboard to my career. I won then the second Mr. Universe contest, and this was now at the age of 20 and 21. I became the youngest Mr. Universe ever. And also my idol was Reg Park, who came originally from Leeds, and in Leeds, England, and grew up there, worked his way up, became Mr. Britain and then Mr. Universe. So he was my idol. He was in the Hercules movies, stories. So everything was kind of related to Britain. And then also this family, the Bennett family in London, East London, on 335 Romford Road. They always had me stay over at their house, and they had a big gymnasium there where I worked out, and they were also organized the bodybuilding competitions. So everything kind of led always to the British and to England and all that stuff. So I'm a big fan of you guys and what you've done for my career and the inspiration that you brought and all that stuff. So it was great to be kind of like connected to you guys in one way or the other.
It's a real shame that you didn't stay here in the UK, because think what you could have achieved. You don't need to have a birthright citizenship to be Prime Minister of this country. So you could have got, unlike the US, you could have got the top job here.
Well, now you're saying that being Prime Minister of England is bigger than being Governor of California.
Oh.
I don't know about that, because remember, when you look at today, who are the economic powers of the world, I mean, California is the 5th largest economy with a $3.3 trillion GDP. So that means that only China, Japan, and Germany, and the United States itself is ahead of us. After that, we are in 5th rank. So we are ahead of England, actually, and France and Italy and all of those other countries. So this is how a kind of a big impact that we make worldwide. And of course, it doesn't mean that you're any less or anything like this. I'm just saying it has actually gone back and forth.
Read the room, man.
It's written many times, yes.
Read the room, we're all dying here.
And you know what is interesting about it? And I think I should mention that when we did our environmental policies, when I was governor of the state of California, I was always told that this is going to be terrible. I mean, going green means that you're going to lose jobs and the economy is going to go down and our revenue is going to decline and all this stuff. And the fact was, what I believed was that we can manage to protect the environment and the economy at the same time. And we were actually very successful in doing that. That now we have the strictest environmental laws in California, and at the same time, we are the #1 in the United States as an economy at the state of California. So if you think that you can actually protect both the economy and the environment at the same time, which I think should be a lesson to the Glasgow kind of environmental conference, COP26 this year, to let those nations know that they're always concerned and worried about going green will kind of wipe out the economy. It is not so. You can do both. You can protect both the environment and the economy.
So as a practitioner, well, most of us in this room, we read about Churchill, we study him. You've sat behind the big desk. As a doer of politics, of leadership, what's it mean to think about people like, well, Churchill in the past? Do you actually take things? Do you actually try and, what's that inspiration mean, doing that job?
Well, I think that, it's without any doubt, he's one of the greatest leaders in the history. And so I think that when you get into politics, like myself, I've been aware of Churchill and have read some of the things of Churchill, but I was not an expert or fanatic about it. But then when I became governor, it was very clear that this was a new arena that I was stepping into, and that I should read up on some people that have been very successful leaders. And one of the things was, Churchill and Abraham Lincoln and other people, Teddy Roosevelt, Ronald Reagan, and so on. And but I said to myself, there's so much to be learned by Churchill because, and then I found out also that we have a lot of things in common. I remember that first quote that I read was, never, never, never give up. I mean, I love that quote. And I said to myself, this is exactly what I did in bodybuilding. I never, ever gave up. I just kept going and going, no matter how many times people said, you can't do it, you won't be able to do it, to be the world champion, and you would never get to America and all this stuff. I said to myself, I would never, ever give up. And the same was in the political arena. I never gave up. The same was in acting, when they said you would never be able to go and become an international star because you have an accent and you have this overdeveloped body and all this. And so I never listened to that. I just believed in what Churchill said. Never, never, never give up. And, and also when you're down, when he says, if you're going through hell, keep on going. And, this is the kind of quotes that makes it so inspirational. Then when he talks also, when you look at his, his resiliency, this is very inspirational. If you think about how resilient he was, he was down and he was up and he was down and he was up. That's what happens in life. That's what happens in politics. That's what happens in the movie career. That's what happens in sports. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, sometimes the people are behind you, sometimes they're against you and all of this stuff. And I experienced that when I was governor. I mean, it was like I won as an outsider to become governor of the state of California. But then, you know, a year and a half later, we had a special election for some of the propositions that I wanted to introduce, and we lost. We lost all of the propositions, and then my poll numbers were down again. So of course, then I went back to the Churchill book I read about kind of like how did he deal with those towns. And, you know, it was very inspirational to read those things. And because the year later, when we had the re-election again for my campaign and to get re-elected, I won again with 57% of the vote. So I went through this roller coaster ride. And then again, when we had the recession, then my poll numbers went down again. Then they went up again. And so I think there's so much to be learned. And this is why I always say, you know, we can learn from history, especially from very historic and great people like Churchill. And I think it was very helpful to me going through my political career and going through the ups and downs. And he has great, great advice for those kind of things. And also, you know, that when you realize that, you know, democracy is one of those interesting things that, you know, you find the shortcomings of democracy when you sit there as a leader. But I think that there was no one that put it better than he did when he just said, you know, that democracy is, you know, the worst system, but it is still better than all the others. And I think that he's absolutely right with that. There is no better system. No one has come up with a better system, but it has its downsides and it has its failures and stuff like that. And we can see this right now in America, and we can see it, I think, in other places around the world.
I'm interested, Governor, in the fact that Churchill achieved many of his greatest moments in coalition governments here in the UK, working with politicians from across the spectrum. And a lot of your most recent work, you seem to be in that field. You seem to be talking about bipartisanship in a country that's infamous at the moment for its partisan divides.
Well, you know, I think the evil about politics is that they only think political and they only do what their party prescribes and what the platform is, you know. And so there are so many issues, like for instance, let's take the environmental issue. I mean, there is really no Democratic air and there's no Republican air. I mean, we all breathe the same air. So we all have to fight to get rid of pollution because pollution kills 7 million people a year. So how can you make this a political issue? But the politicians and the parties will make it into a political issue. Luckily, you don't do that in England because I've seen conservative governments endorse environmental changes and protecting the environment. And I've seen liberal governments do the same thing. So you don't have this problem. But we in America have a real problem there in this area with everything being a political thing. How can you kind of argue and say it's a democratic issue? It's an issue by the Democratic Party, education. Well, education is something for everybody. Every child needs good education. What I'm fighting for, it doesn't matter if I'm a Republican or a Democrat, I'm fighting for equal education, that a black child has the same opportunities that a white child, and there's a Mexican child, and a Latino child has the same opportunities as an Asian child, that everyone, no matter what your income is, should have the same opportunities to have great education. And so to me, this is not a Democratic issue, or a Republican issue, or conservative issue, or liberal issue. I said, you know, this is an important issue to all of us. So this goes on and on and on. This kind of, it's healthcare, it's the same thing. How do we, the question is just to me, how do we insure everybody in California when I was governor? And then all of a sudden the Republicans said, oh, you're hanging out with Teddy Kennedy too much. So I said, what does this have to do with Teddy Kennedy? They said, well, he's a healthcare fanatic about universal healthcare. I said, me too, I come from Austria. Everyone was insured in Austria. Why California is this very powerful state and we have so much money here and we have the wealthiest people here. Why shouldn't we have everyone insured? So to me, those are common sense things. So I didn't have a coalition. I just had to find the art of working with the other side, the art of bringing Democrats in and started working with the Democrats. So this is why when I became governor of the state of California, I just looked at the list of things that the Democrats were interested in and then the things that the Republicans were interested in. And you can let her do something with them, okay? Not just stand around. So anyway, we just were kind of like looking at the list of things. And then I said, okay, the Republicans want to go and get infrastructure. I want to get infrastructure. And the Democrats wanted to get infrastructure, so we started negotiating about infrastructure. And then we started talking about, education. And we started talking about after-school programs. And we went through the list of things that we can do together. And then we started tackling the things that maybe we disagreed upon. And so this is exactly what we did. So some people, like in Austria and in Germany and in other places, they have coalition governments. We only have two parties. So therefore, I had to kind of reach across the aisle and work with the other side. And it was very well done, because the bottom line is that I don't see the other side as villains. It doesn't matter if to me, if it is a communist, if it's a socialist, or if it is a conservative, or whatever it is. I want to work with everyone together so we get the work done that is good for the people. That is the bottom line. To me, it is more important to be not a party servant, but to be a public servant. I always wanted to be a public servant. And this is what also goes back to Churchill, because Churchill was not an ideologue. I mean, he could see that sometimes the Conservative Party left him, and then he was a liberal, and then he felt that they left him, so he became a conservative. He went back and forth like that, because all he was interested in is in fulfilling the agenda and moving forward and making life better for the people of Great Britain.
Now, a lot of people are asking me whether, obviously you need a lot of prosthetics because you're in a lot better shape, but would you ever fancy playing Winston Churchill in a movie?
I think that has been done before, and I don't think that I could manage the British accent, to be honest with you. And I don't also think that I will be able to bulk up my six-pack as much as Winston Churchill did.
No, you need prosthetics, of course. But what about historical? Since I've got you, I've got to ask about historical roles. I mean, do you? What are some of the favourite roles you've played, or what would you love to play when it comes to historical drama?
Say hi. Hello, everybody. This is my little dog. Her name is Noodle. I call her, or Cherry. It's one or the other, but I mean, she always interferes, and she just loves to steal the show and kind of like be part of the action, right? Noodle, give me a kiss. Nice. Beautiful. Thank you. Now you go again. Very nice. Sorry about that. But anyway, so if you see Lulu coming in at any moment, then just also know that the animals like to be getting kind of attention when I do some kind of those kind of interviews and stuff like that.
We were told there would be animals. We were warned. Don't worry. So look, just tell me, what character would you love to play from the past? Would you like to bring to the big screen?
There's really, I mean, I specialized in kind of fantasy characters. If it is, Terminator or Conan the Barbarian and stuff like that. But those are the characters I was always very good in playing. And we're doing another movie now, a sequel to Twins with Danny DeVito, and where we find our third brother and all of that. So this is the kind of things that I do, but I don't play that much historical characters.
Okay, we've got obviously lots of people keen to ask questions here, Governor, if that's all right, if you are okay to take a few questions.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. We have got, what are they from the interweb? Here we go, over here.
Thank you very much. Governor, obviously Churchill, as well as being a conservative, was very much a progressive as well and spent time as a liberal. How do you think, if Churchill was to enter the American political scene today, he would be received?
I think very well, because, I mean, remember one thing, that what we are lacking is, having balls. And I think that he was known for that. I remember when I asked Dino De Laurentiis, one of the most famous producers in the world, in the history of movies. He made over 500 movies, and I did Conan the Barbarian with him, and Conan the Destroyer, and Raw Deal, and other movies like that. So, he became kind of a mentor of mine. And I said to him, Dino, how could he be so successful? And he said to me, he says, Schwarzenegger. He was Italian. He's a Schwarzenegger. Yeah. In Italy, we have the 3 C's. I said, what are the 3 C's? And he said, it's cavallo, cuore, di coglione. And he grabbed his balls. So I said to myself, he's absolutely correct. That's what it takes to be successful. And this is exactly what Churchill had. He had a great brain power. He had great intelligence. He was very, very smart. He had an extraordinary heart, but he also had balls. He had balls to make the right decisions, even though people were hating him sometimes for that, but he knew it was the right thing to do, especially before the Second World War, when others were feeling like they should make peace with Hitler and kind of almost surrender to him and to work with him. He knew that you can't work with that guy, that the guy was just a maniac and he was not to be worked with, and there will only be war. That's the outcome. And he was absolutely right. So, I mean, that took balls to do that. And this is exactly what we're missing today in politics a lot of times. People don't have the courage to do the things that are right. They're doing, can you do me a favor and not make noise when I talk here? Okay, good, thank you. And so anyway, so this is the kind of things that say people don't have the courage anymore to do those kind of things that needs to be done. They are rather just listening to the labor unions, who is paying for their campaigns. So they're looking at like for instance, for a politician, not to have the courage to go and say, we're gonna go and stop fossil fuels within the next 20 years. Or we're gonna go and stop, the regular big engine cars that are fueled by fossil fuels. We're gonna create the hydrogen fueled engine. We're gonna create the electric engines, and we create technology where the cars will be even more powerful, but where we can power the cars, where we can power the cargo ships. Let's not forget the 15 biggest cargo ships in the world, polluting more than all of the cars together. So we can go and make those changes. But they don't have the balls to do it because they want to kiss up to the fossil fuel industry. I mean, remember that Donald Trump tried to bring back coal. I mean, it's like bringing back Blockbuster or fax machines or something like that. It's crazy to do those kind of things. So, I mean, politicians need to have the guts to do that. I remember that when I was governor, there was many times the question, should I just go along with the federal government or not? Because the federal government said that, Arnold, you cannot control greenhouse gases in California because they are not a pollutant. So I took the federal government to court. Now imagine that the federal government was also Republican. I took them to court and we went all the way to the Supreme Court, where the Supreme Court finally said, yes, with conservative judges, yes, greenhouse gases are pollutant and therefore we can regulate our own air. Well, how much brain power does it take to figure out that, the exhaust that comes out of the exhaust pipes from cars is a pollutant? But I mean, there were people that fought that. And so, I had the courage to do those kind of things. I had 15 of the biggest car manufacturers sit in my office and say, we're going to sue you, we're going to sue California, we're going to sue everybody because you're not going to tell us that we should lower our emissions. And I said, go ahead and sue me. I didn't back away. They promised me they're going to spend millions of dollars against me. They're going to do everything that they can to derail my campaign and I would never get reelected. And I found all of those threats. The other politicians would start shaking about it and I just laughed about it. And in the end, I won because now our standards, our tailpipe emission standards that we created in California became nationwide under the Obama administration, and now our standards are nationwide. So this is the kind of things, but it takes guts to do that because you have to fight your own party, you have to fight sometimes the opposite party, you have to fight everybody, and you're standing there by yourself, alone. And you say, am I doing the right thing? But I was convinced I was doing the right thing because I wanted to make sure that we cut down that number of people that are dying every year because of cancer and because of death. People are dying left and right because of pollution. I mean, this is like inexcusable. We can do better than that, but it takes guts to do those kind of things.
We have a question from our online audience.
Governor, thank you. The question is, the theme of the conference is Churchill in freedom. Can you tell us what freedom meant to you growing up in war-torn Austria, the product of extremism from the Nazis?
Well, I mean, I had all the freedom in the world when I grew up, and because it was the post-war, I was born in 1947, but we definitely, I was suffering when I grew up of the after effect of the war, because, as you already said so eloquently, we lost the war. And because we lost the war, there was a bunch of losers around that couldn't yet digest this whole thing of losing. And they were drunk a lot. There was a lot of alcoholism going on. There was a lot of kind of like stress syndromes that were, that people didn't acknowledge then. That when you come back from a war, what it does to your mind and to your brain and to your psychic and all that stuff. And so there was alcoholism, there was violence around it. We were hit all the time when we were at home, and my friends, the neighbor kids, they were hit all the time. So it was this kind of crazy kind of thing where you just said, I can't wait to get out of there, out of here. And that, I think, gave me the inspiration to really kind of look for a way out. What can I do to get out of Austria and to get out of this kind of misery, what I interpreted as misery? And so I think that I wanted to be free from all of that. And when I was 10 years old, I watched a documentary that we had in school about America. And I saw the high rises and I saw the huge bridges, the Golden Gate Bridge, and I saw the 6-lane highways and the Cadillacs and all those fancy cars driving around in Muscle Beach and Hollywood and all this. I said to myself, this is where I want to be. So I think this is what gave me the inspiration, and it also gave me the motivation to grow up poor and to grow up under this kind of somewhat miserable kind of conditions. It gave me the inspiration and the will to succeed. And I think that because of that, I'm sitting here today, because I think that without that upbringing and without America giving me all the opportunities in the world, and without, like I said, having the British help me launch my career in London with the Mr. Universe contest, and all these kind of combinations together made me be who I am today. So, but I think finally I'm in a place that is free. But I mean, at the same time, as we hail the idea of freedom, we also have to connect it always with our obligations, because with freedom comes also duties and obligations. We cannot just look for, I want to be free, and freedom is great and all this stuff, but we also have to think about what obligations do we have as a society to work together. It's no different than a sports team. You have, the more a team, a basketball team or a football team or a soccer team works together, and the more the less they think about their individuality during the game, but more as a group together, the more successful they are. And the same is also in politics. We have to go and work together. That's how we're going to be successful. If it is with the COVID situation, if it is with education situation, if it is environmental issues, or whatever it is, or kind of like reaching out and helping the underdog, the more we work together on those issues, the better it is for everybody, rather than just to think about ourselves and I'm free and my freedom is the most important thing. So this is all great, but we have to also have a certain kind of responsibilities that we have to connect with that.
We now have a couple of questions from our audience in the room.
We've been friendly for many years with Rabbi Marvin Heyer from the Simon Wiesenthal Center, who is himself a great Churchillian. I know you've talked about dialogues you've had with him about understanding history, especially Germany and Austria in the 1930s and 40s, and your own explorations of that. Can you talk a little bit about that experience and what that's taught you?
Well, I felt, after having come to America and learning more here about the Second World War and learning more about the history, which we were not taught in Austrian schools the best way, I realized that I, as the next generation, have to do everything I can to not let that happen again. And so I took this very seriously, and I tried to figure out how can I help. And through some coincidence, Rabbi Heyer reached out to me and says, could you help us here in Hollywood with getting Hollywood celebrities involved in fundraising activities for the Simon Wiesenthal Center? And I said to him, I said, look, I would do everything that I can to help you. I said, because to me, this is a way of kind of giving back and doing something that is very important to our generation. So those things never happen again. We got to go and talk more all over the world about inclusion, about kind of like fighting prejudice. I mean, there's a prejudice core, I think, in all of us. But we have a brain, and we can fight that. We are not animals. We have a brain, and we can fight that. And so this is why it is important to make people aware of that. So I wanted to support the Simon Wiesenthal Center, and I brought in, great producers and studio executives and actors and so on. And they started really, kind of raising a lot of money. They were able then to build this huge center in Beverly Hills. the Simon Wiesenthal Center. I was a big fan of Simon Wiesenthal and his work. I met with him many times, and they celebrated even his 80th birthday here in Los Angeles. And he was a wonderful man. And so I've been a big supporter of that. And I think we have to do that. We all have to continuously work on getting rid of our prejudice and being inclusive, and always asking ourselves, are we really working hard to make everyone have the same kind of chances, the same kind of opportunities, and so on? And if not, then we have to go and work towards that, to get that happening. Because to me, there's no reason that anyone should suffer because they don't make enough money or they don't have enough food. Or like, for instance, in Los Angeles, the homeless. I mean, we have 68,000 homeless in Los Angeles. This is a total failure by the politicians, not by these homeless people. These homeless people there's a lot of them working. There's working homeless, but they can't afford anymore that $3,500 single unit apartment. There's a one bedroom and it's $3,500. So this is crazy. And who created this $3,500 apartment was the politicians, because they had this no growth philosophy and attitude in the 80s and 90s, where they didn't let apartment buildings being built, and they made it almost impossible to get permits and so on. So now we are literally 500,000 to a million apartments short here in Los Angeles. And this is why it drives up the prices. And this is why now a lot of people cannot afford anymore to live here. That's why we have so many of the homeless. So this is created by politicians, not created by the private sector or by anyone, or by the homeless people, by the politicians. They've failed over and over. And so now we have to figure out together. It doesn't matter now if they failed or not. We know that. But now we have to figure out, Democrats and Republicans alike, they have to figure out, how do we get these people homes as quickly as possible? How do we get them jobs that don't have jobs? And how do we get them mental care and to get them medical care and all of those kind of things? That is the bottom line. But all of this needs for us to work together and to be inclusive. And that's, I think, what the Simon Wiesenthal Center is preaching, is being inclusive and to make everyone equal and to be, kind of more open-minded about all this stuff.
Governor Schwarzenegger, thank you for being here. I actually cast my first ballot when I was 18 for you in 2003. I'm a California export here. Winston Churchill effectively made the world we live in more safe, and because he invested in the future between framing the Cold War and potentially even a little bit of the European Union. You've helped the University of Southern California with the Schwarzenegger Institute. Can you speak to that and the importance of the next generation's understanding of how important policy is, so that we can all live together in a global world a lot better?
Well, the Schwarzenegger Institute was created because USC, the university itself, was interested in having me join them. But at the same time, I was so interested in creating an institute, because I didn't want to just stop from one day to the next all of this work that we have done when I was governor. So, after a certain amount of years, we have term limits here. So after the term limits are over, then you have to get out. But I was still so excited and enthusiastic about environmental issues, about healthcare issues, about education issues, and about creating infrastructure and all of those kind of things. And our problems that we have with the drought here, our problems we have with earthquakes here, our problems we have with the violence here, and homelessness and all this stuff. So, and good politics, good government practices and so on, all of these kind of issues were still in me. So I said, I want to create the institute and I want to have this kind of discussions. So we get together just like you do. We get together and then we talk about those issues, and we have the best minds come together. And of course, the Institute is bipartisan. We don't look at things in the political way. We just want to solve the problems and help the world to solve the problems. So there's a wonderful events that we have in symposiums and lectures and stuff like that. And the whole idea is to turn on our young students that are at USC and to have them not just learn from the books, because the book knowledge is very good, but then when you can combine that with actual real life action and experiences, then it is much better, then it really sticks. And so this is why we have interesting kind of guest lecturers and really smart people coming there, and have always a few hundred seats available in these lectures for the students. So the students can sit there in the front row, that they can ask questions to those leaders, they can learn from those leaders and really learn about how to craft policy and how they can make a difference. Because so many times people feel like they cannot make a difference. But like just the other day, my daughter was calling me, just to give you an example, and she was saying, today I got a call from the city hall, and they said to me that my request to fix the holes in the asphalt there on a road behind the Brentwood Mart now finally has been paved. Well, she says, I've been bothering them for 2 months. I've been saying there's holes there and people just wipe out and they ruin their suspensions in the cars and people are dripping there and all this stuff. I think they should fix it. Well, it just shows you, most people drive over those holes and they just say, oh, there's government people, they never do anything. The city is falling apart. Look at all this, they never do anything. They don't keep their promises. But my daughter just said, okay, let me pick up the phone and let me go on the internet and let me bombard them and just keep pushing and pushing. And she got it done. This whole road now is fixed and it is wonderfully paved and all this stuff. So it is kind of like, we all have the power to create change. We all can be architects of change. All we have to do is just, and this is what I teach our students always, is think not only about me, but think also about we. We. That is the important thing, to be able to switch back and forth. There is something in there for me, but also I have to fight for other people, for other causes that are bigger than me. And I think this is the attractive thing when you are in politics and when you get into a position like governorship or prime minister or whatever, president, it's wonderful because it makes you switch from thinking just about yourself to thinking about everyone else. And I think that to me, I had this kind of like, from my bodybuilding days, when I was kind of like really interested in not only lifting for myself, but lifting the whole sport of bodybuilding and making everyone get into fitness, making everyone get into weight training, cross training, and jogging and boxing and wrestling and skiing, and just do some activity, do something every day. And I wanted to promote that, and I wanted to be an inspiration to the rest of the world, just like Reg Park, the guy from Leeds was, that became Mr. Universe, was my great inspiration. So I wanted to be that inspiration to millions of people around the world. And now I want to be an inspiration to these young kids that are going to school when it comes to public policy, to not think in a political way, but to think about just how do we fix things? How do we get things done? And how do we make the life better in this country? And this is what it's all about. And this is what I'm kind of like teaching over there. I teach classes about the environment and about the, redistricting reform, how to make government operate better. How do we draw the district lines in a fair way and not let the politicians draw it, not let ordinary people draw it. And all of this, I get involved in things that sometimes people don't even understand what it is, but I understand what it is, and I know the way the political system is fixed, and I want to get rid of that and really create a fair political system here in America.
Thank you. Governor, your theme in politics is cooperation to find solutions. How do you deal with people who are extreme, full of hatred, the type of guys who storm Capitol Hill?
Well, I did, a speech about that, where I talked about that there were times where we went in the wrong direction here in America, and where people were lied to, and people have reacted in kind of strange ways to storm the Capitol. I'm the first one that says that our government in Washington sucks. I'm the first one to say that politicians, it doesn't matter if it's Democrats and Republicans, are not really performing up to par. I'm the first one to say that this government has been lying to us and has been, promising us things like immigration reform, or building infrastructure in this country, or creating true universal health care, or equality in education, and all of this kind of equality in voting rights and all that stuff, and they haven't delivered. And this is pitiful because this, like I say, this is like Republicans and Democrats alike. So there is a reason for people to be angry. There's a reason for people to protest. But I think that we still have to do it in a legal way. I have nothing against it when 5 million people turn up in Washington, D.C. and protest and have their flags and have their signs where they communicate with the signs and have press conferences there and all this stuff and just, block the Capitol. But don't storm the Capitol. That is not cool. That is not right. So protesting, yes. Letting your anger be expressed, yes. Letting them know the politicians they're not performing, yes. And also remembering when the next election is, that is the time where you can really express your anger and vote them out of office. Because the sad story is that Congress sometimes has a approval rating of 25%, but then 95% of the politicians get reelected. So it just shows you how fixed the system is and that we have to change that. And so this is why I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. It doesn't matter if it's a Democratic administration or Republican administration. But I think it is important for people to note that we have to still do those protests within the law. That is the key thing. And then what I always feel is the more we talk about being together, reaching out to each other, trying to listen to each other. Remember what Winston Churchill said, that courage is what it takes to stand up and to speak. But he said it also takes the same courage to sit down and to listen. And I think this is exactly what is important, what these politicians have to learn to do. They have to listen. They have to listen to the people and be sensitive enough to see that they can't get anything done. And it is irresponsible what they do. And so we people have to make an effort to come together and not to hate each other because he believes that the conservative way is the right way. And I may believe the center way is the right way. And someone else believes that the left is the right way. We can all sit down together and we can talk about it. Okay, we believe that way. But now how do we get things done? The way we get things done is by not everyone expecting a straight 10, from 0 to 10 to 10. But you have to expect that when you start negotiating and start compromising, that maybe everyone walks away with a 7. And that's what we did when we did our infrastructure negotiations. And because of that, instead of my $100 billion infrastructure deal that I wanted, I got a $60 billion infrastructure deal. So we made deals where we did, but we were able then to rebuild our roads, our highways, our bridges, our on-ramps, our off-ramps, our schools, university buildings, our levees, and our prisons, and all of this kind of stuff. So this was done by negotiating and by compromising. I didn't get everything, they didn't get everything, but we got it done. That is the important thing that we need to do.
Thank you so much, Governor. I just got one thing to say. We're going to wrap up very shortly here, but just one more thing from me. You've dangled your love of the UK here, and you've suggested perhaps one day you might return. If only there was some well-known catchphrase you're associated with about returning in some way.
Well, first of all, remember there's several catchphrases. One of them is, "Get to the chopper!" The other one is, "Crush your enemies, see them driven before you and hear the lamentation of their women." And that is from Conan the Barbarian. That was my line in Conan the Barbarian. And then, of course, the most famous one is from Terminator, "I'll be back."
Yay! Let's hope so.
Governor, it's Randolph Churchill here, and we are absolutely thrilled. What a fantastic, heartfelt talk you have given us all this evening. And to Dan Snow, you really got the best out of that. So before you disappear from our screen tonight, Governor, I wanted to pass on our thanks of my family and all our International Churchill Society members. My great-grandfather would have admired your spirit and your courage and your independence of thought and mind. Your appreciation for the cigar has not gone unnoticed, And we loved seeing your dog making a storming appearance on our screens as well. But the International Churchill Society would also like to recognise your remarkable public service over so many years and your leadership by presenting you with the International Churchill Award, which will be making its way to you in California to compliment you and your magnificent cigar. And here, I'm going to put up on the screen another bust of Churchill. And of course, Churchill was a man of writing, and so we have a beautiful Churchill pen to present to you as well in California. But on behalf of us all, we would like to say thank you so much for spending so much time with us today. What you said was really thoughtful, inspiring, and let's give the younger generation every chance. And it was really thrilling to hear about your transition from Austria to the United States via Romford Road in England. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you. And just remember that if anyone is interested in this sculpture behind me and this bust of Churchill, you can get it at the Row Antiques from Philip Youngberg, because people have been emailing us and asking us, where do you get that? And there's still some available, I'm sure of that. So that's where you get it, Row Antiques from Philip Youngberg, okay? Thank you very much, everybody. And thank you for this wonderful Churchill cigars that you've given me. I love them, and I'm going to smoke them, okay? Trust me. And I can't wait to be back in Great Britain again. Like I said, I love your country.
Well, thank you so much to Randolph, and thank you to Arnold Schwarzenegger. I hope you all will agree that we have had a fantastic first day. On behalf of myself and my co-presenter, Katherine Carter, I'd like to thank all of our speakers who've taken part today. And to our online audience, thank you for tuning in. We will see you again tomorrow at 2 p.m. UK time, where we will be joined by Emma Soames, Charlotte Jones of Paul Roget, and enjoy sessions from Washington, D.C. and Fulton, Missouri, as well as our final keynote from Andrew Roberts. We're even going to have a unique preview of a forthcoming Churchill play. And speaking of unique previews, just as a reminder, you can get not only a unique preview, but also bid on some truly remarkable and unique Churchillian items in our online auction. And finally, just to close, returning to the theme of freedom today, whether it's 1898, 1945, or today, freedom is not just something that is won on the battlefield. It is personal to each of us, whether it is physical, intellectual, or emotional. So this understanding certainly drove Winston Churchill at each stage of his life. And in times of challenge, from the Second World War to pandemics, it's something that we suddenly remember we cannot take for granted. So until then, this is London signing off. Good night and goodbye until tomorrow.